Live coverage of the Alabama Bass Trail is presented by AmFirst Credit Union and sponsored by Phoenix Boats, Landers McClarty Chevrolet, McGraw-Webb Chevrolet, Jax, Garmin, Rapala, VMC, Crush City, Pro Guide Batteries, Mountain Dew, American Bait Works, TH Marine, and fishalabama.org.
Welcome into the Alabama Bass Trail Championship 2024 Lake, Columbiana, Alabama, here at Beeswax Landing. 171 teams qualified for this event, and it's a $100,000 no entry fee championship. $50,000 first place up for grabs. Could be an $8,000 Phoenix First Flight winner. Could win some money from AmFirst, Garmin. Lots of contingency money out on the line for these guys. Someone could walk away with over $60,000 on a two-day no entry fee tournament. I want to say a huge shout out to Discover Shelby, Alabama for bringing us here and being our host. Thank you to the 171 teams that are here on the water. All of you fans that are watching out on YouTube, Facebook, and on alabamabasstrail.org. You are watching the Alabama Bass Trail Tournament Series Championship presented by Phoenix Boats. We're going to start off things the way we start off every event here on the Alabama Bass Trail. Everyone, if you would, stand up, take off your hats, and please pay respect to our soldiers serving here and around the world by the playing of our national anthem. From where we are. We can't see it from where we are. And that's the way you do it. Thank you, guys. We are ready. Boat number one, they have a couple of wins on the Alabama Bass Trail. Boat number one, Foster Bradley and Nick Harris. You are free to go. Boat number two, Ron Cameron and Stephen Wood. Boat number three, Christopher Gore and Austin Hammonds. Boat number five, a win on Neely Henry this year, Stephen McAvoy and Josh Sputz, four-time winners on the Alabama Bass Trail. Boat number six did not show up. Boat number seven, Douglas Stevens and Jacob Wood. Boat number eight, Lance Walker and Cole Walker. Boat number nine, they won a championship on Lake Martin a couple years ago, Charlie Williams and Michael Smith. Boat number 10, Michael Adams and Raymond Adams. Boat number 11, Chris Landers and Brad Pitts. Boat number 12, Eric Farnham and Cameron Gibbons. Boat number 13, lucky number 13, Bob Power and Ryan Trammell. Boat number 14, Taylor Thompson and Garrett Sanders. Boat number 15, Ben Yarbrough and Jody Scripture. Boat number 16, Drew Cagle and Mark Trubiano. Boat number 17, Charlie Cummings and Sammy Bailey. Boat number 18, your former ABT South Anglers of the Year, Multiple time winners on the Alabama Bass Trail, Rob Lee and Steve Winslet. Boat number 19, a new father-son team on the Alabama Bass Trail, Mitch Rollins and Jackson Rollins. Boat number 20, another father-son team, Cole Wade and Donnie Wade. Boat number 21, Lance Whitaker and Jeremy Briscoe, former winners on the Alabama Bass Trail at Pickwick. Boat number 22, Adam Brown and Greg Diggs. Boat number 23, Jake Gibson and Michael Gibson. Former ABT champions on Smith Lake, Matthew Hurst and Roy Hurst, boat number 24. Rounding out this flight, boat number 25, Chad Ray and Todd Price. We good? Boat number 26, Dylan Tucker and Greg Tucker. I got to turn the page. Help me. Boat number 27, Joshua Clark and Jonathan Skinner. Boat number 28, Will Grisham and Andrew Fikes. Boat number 29, husband and wife duo, Joel Mayfield and Tally Mayfield. Boat number 30, the high school dominating kiddos here, Connor Miller and Caleb Miller. Boat number 31, Barry Vest and Dustin McDaniel. I know this guy was fired up. Boat number 32, Kyle Schuchard and Derek Benz. I see you. Boat number 33, second in the Angler of the Year points in the North Division, Damian Willis and Tyler Kiker. Boat number 34, Brandon Bowden and Joseph Lacey. Boat number 35, Jay Grogan and Ryan Ingram. Good luck, guys. Boat number 36, multiple time winners on the Alabama Bass Trail, former South Alabama Bass Trail Anglers of the Year, Mark McKegg and Tim Hurst, over that 100 Alabama Bass Trail tournament mark. Boat number 37, Clint Nail and Kevin McCaleb. Boat number 38, Donnie Story and Denver Satterley. See you guys. Boat number 39, Ricky Wagner and Jeff Adams. Boat number 40, Rusty White and Gray Bennett. This team knows how to catch them too. They are former winners on the Alabama Bass Trail down at the Alabama River. Boat number 41, Brian Adamson and Ryan Lloyd. Boat number 42, Daniel Carlisle and Jared Hubbard. Boat number 43, Mike Fitzpatrick and Gary Fitzpatrick. Boat number 44, they had one heck of a year this year. Your South Anglers of the Year, CJ Knight and Anthony Goggins. Boat number 45, James Perkins and Melody Perkins. I bet she ain't got that visor on today. Oh, she does. She does. All right, boat number 46, Gary Thacker and Keith Marsh. I think they were a no-go today. Boat number 47, Michael Woolley and Joe Woolley. Boat number 48, Todd Beatty and Ethan McDonald. Boat number 49 did not show up, but boat number 50 did. They'll be a team to watch. Boat number 50, John Kellett and Zeke Gossett. We'll hold for just a moment. Boat number 51, William Lynn and Donna Lynn. Boat number 52, Matt McKenzie and Brandon Black. Boat number 53, Jamie Smith, and in honor of Robbie Floyd, Michael Making It Rains. Boat number 54, Shane Wallace and Anthony Coley. Boat number 55, Jim Barnett and Scott Russell. Hold on, we're having a malfunction here. Boat number 56, Jamie Chatham and Elliot Galt. Chapman, sorry. Boat number 57, Brian Dowdy and Kyle Llewellyn. Boat number 58, Delton Gregory and Dexton Gregory. Boat number 59 did not show up, but boat number 60 did. Boat number 60, Bill Mayo and Walt Roberts. Boat number 61 did not show up. Boat number 62, Ken Sessions and Greg Sessions. Boat number 63, Jace Thompson had surgeries. He's not here, but Thomas Eden is. Boat number 63, Thomas Eden. Uh-oh. Are they on the water? Boat number 64, Amanda Williams and Buck Williams. They'll show up about boat 100.
That's a negative.
Boat number 65, Justin Buckles and Chad Jones. Boat number 66, Greg Tomlin and Jeremy Tomlin. Boat number 67, Chase Gregory and Copeland Rosser. Boat number 68, part of the jumper cable group, Kent Keys and David Campbell. Boat number 69, Dean Robinson and Joel Hughes. Boat number 70, 4 wins on the Alabama Bass Trail. Boat number 70, Mitch Mitchell and Candler McCollum. Boat number 71, another team with multiple wins on the Alabama Bass Trail and a couple of Anglers of the Year, Wesley Sams and Craig Daniel. Boat number 72 did not make it with us. Boat number 73, Skylar Sanders and Calvin Burton. Boat number 74, Brandon Blackwood and Clint Blackwood. Rounding out this flight, boat number 75, Joey Adderhold and Tim Hatcher. Boat number 76, Joey Kaler and David Kaler. Boat number 77, their first win on the Alabama Bass Trail this year at Smith Lake, Craig Grubbs and Matt Ferguson. Boat number 78, Joey Davidson and Tullis Lanier, former Anglers of the Year. Boat number 79, Lucas Lindsay and Brendan Holt. Boat number 80, Zach Harrison and Kristen Harrison. Boat number 81, they got their first win on the Alabama Bass Trail this year at Logan Martin Lake, Josh Chappell and Paul Davis. Boat number 82, Weston Hardiman and Andrew Bradford. Boat number 83, Tyler Malone and Cade Law. Boat number 84, Tracy Robinson, Dustin Robinson. They got their first win on the Alabama Bass Trail this year at Pickwick Lake. 28 pounds of beautiful Pickwick bass. Boat number 85, Dennis Miller and Anthony Gay. I bet Brian Stifler ain't sleeveless this morning. Boat number 86, Brian Stifler and Ben Black. Boat number 87, Nicholas Turner and Joe Lay. Boat number 88, Walker Brown and Sloan Pennington. Boat number 89, Alan Barrett and Tyler Caldwell. Boat number 90, Delano Green and Delano Green Jr. Former winners on the Alabama Bass Trail, Trey Wade and Bradley Parnell. Boat number 92 did not show up, but boat number 93 did. Former winners on the Alabama Bass Trail, Chad Hall and Ryan Hall. Boat number 94, Matt McClung and Brian Assay. Boat number 95, Luke Kyle and Arch Cornett. Boat number 96, James Pitts and Jonathan Monkus. Boat number 97, Leonard McGuire and Maurice Smith. Boat number 98 got their first win on the Alabama Bass Trail this year at Lake Eufaula, Jason Tomlin and Justin Foster. Boat number 99, Jason Wisenat and Tim Baker. Boat number 100, Ashley Brasher and Kyle Tignor. We'll hold right here. Boat number 101, Lee Brown and L.J. Brown. Boat number 102, they're two-time winners on the Alabama Bass Trail, and guys to watch on this body of water, Noah Godwin and Cole Godwin. Here's another set of high school kids doing the thing right here. Boat number 103, Kobe Krausen and Cade Krausen. Former ABT North Angler of the Year, Mark Condren and Ted Paisley. Boat number 105, Ben Lakey and Jordan McGehee. Boat 106, Keith Mayfield and Daryl Snowman Adams. Boat number 107, Jeff Ritchie and Matt Ritchie. Boat 108, Wesley McKellar and Adam Currington. Boat number 109, Danny Shell and Anthony Land. Boat 110, James White and Eugene Davis. Boat 111, Clifton Bates and Daniel Heidegger. Boat number 112, Chris Britton and Eric Springer. Boat number 113, Gentry Gordy and Hunter Ferris. Boat number 114, former winners at Lay Lake, Michael Cox and Colt Boyette. Boat number 115, Andrew Hall and Michael Allen. Boat number 116, Gage King and Wes King. Boat number 117, Jeff Jennings, Mitchell Jennings. Boat number 118, Terry and Terry Pryor, Terry Mann. Boat number 119 is not here. Boat number 120, the leaders in all-time wins on the Alabama Bass Trail. Boat number 120, Chris Rutland and Kobe Carden. Boat number 121, I think former winners on the Alabama Bass Trail, former Anglers of the Year, Nolan Spencer and Jonathan Reese. Roll Tide. Boat number 122, Ken Walters and Jason Beasley. Boat number 123, Billy Adcock and Darian Kyle. Boat number 124, Jake Weiss and Briar Chambers. Boat number 125, they won a set of power poles last night, John Thomas Wally and Justin Duke. We'll hold for just a minute. All right, boat number 126, Tim Taylor and Philip Morris. And your 2024 North Anglers of the Year and overall Anglers of the Year, Justin Bussey and Ben Webb. Boat number 128, Jeffrey Fulgham and Jacob Fulgham. Boat 129, Chris Duckett and Donovan Williams. Boat number 130, former winners on the Alabama Bass Trail, and they won a championship back in 2018 on Neely Henry Lake. Adam Bain and Chris Colley. They won't tell you the truth, but oh well. Boat number 131, Tony Keefe and Brian Gregory. Boat 132, in honor of Robbie Floyd, Lolly, they came to party. Sean Lolly and Davey Lolly cranking it up this morning. Boat 133, Alex Pruitt and Calvin Reese. And these next guys, they won the biggest tournament ever on Alabama Bass Trail history. 229 boats here on Lay Lake in November 2019. Justin Mott and Randall Hamilton. Boat 135, Brandon Rufo and Marshall Rufo. Boat 136, Todd Sims and Travis Stuck. Trouble, boat 137. Terry Stevens and Gabe Aldridge. Boat number 138, Greg Bearden and David Connor. Boat 139, Blake Davenport and Zach Lightsey. Boat 140, Brett Harrell and Tyler Smart. Boat 141, Jay Kendrick and Chuck Hughes. Boat 142, Justin Lane and Luke Mason. Boat 143, Robert Meadus and Carlton Alford. Boat 144, multiple time winners on the Alabama Bass Trail, getting it done at Lake Eufaula, Shane Powell and Tim Fox. Boat number 145, Tim Peake and Byron Smith. Boat 146, Jamie Starnes and Ricky Fowler. Boat 147, Jeremy Sanders and Kelly Treese. Boat 148, Chad Schroeder, Chase Schroeder. Boat 149, Frank Bradfield and Tyler Morgan. This team got their first win on Lake Gunnersville this year. Fisher Anaya and Ryan Anaya. Boat number 151, Paul Ernest and Chris Swindle. Boat 152, John Frank and Mark Womack. Boat 153 was not here, but boat number 54 was. I saw him. 154 was Brian Johnson and Brandon Gross. Boat 155 won a tournament on Neely Henry this past weekend. William Nichols and Jake Young. Boat number 156, Britt Perry and Chris Hargrove. Boat number 157, first tournament of the year winners at Lake Jordan, Eric Summers and Robbie Pelt. Boat number 158, Ty Cox and Cameron Gautney. Boat number 159, James Scott and Kenny Carroll. Boat number 160, Brent Crow and Jimmy Mason. Boat number 161, the Dukes of Lay Lake today, Philip Dukes and Bailey Dukes. Boat number 162, Steve Fincher and Austin Rich. Boat number 163, they got a win on Wheeler Lake this year, Philip Harrell and Clint Gilbertson. Boat number 164, Brandon Jones and Jared Wilson. Boat number 165, Trinity Miller and Max Haygood. Boat number 166, Trip Nugent and Merrill Deering. Boat number 167, J.D. Perez and Kevin Gibson. Boat number 168, Russell Sapp and Logan Sims. Good luck, guys. Boat number 169, Caden Sinclair and Hunter Gibson. Boat number 170, James DeMoss and Eric Fuller. Boat number 171, I've been waiting on you all day long. Boat number 171, Alan Hayes and Danny Bishop. They got a win on Wheeler Lake last year, I believe. Last tournament of the year, I think.
Yeah, here comes your girl.
And I believe Amanda and Buck still doing what they do, coming in last. Coming in last on blast off, first in weigh-in is what they're hoping for. There they are. Homecoming queen Amanda over here giving us the wave. Never above the crown, sis, never above the crown. There they are. A little delayed there. Appreciate y'all. There you go, sis. All right, Luke, we just wrapped up 121 boats here at Lay Lake. Some fish catching fools going to be out there today. I hear that you're on a boat. Tell me what you're looking at, son.
Well, we've got to kick things off with a bang here with the 2021 champions, Team Hurst, Roy and Matthew Hurst. And we were chasing another team and lost them in the fog. And the Hurst crew was right here. And what better team to start on than boat number 24 here. Again, 2021 champions there at Smith Lake. And they're starting their morning swimming a jig, throwing a frog, fishing some of this shallow vegetation that Lay Lake is known for. So, beautiful morning, a little foggy, but got the moon in the background. Lots of things going on Lay Lake this morning, but beauty of a start to this ABT championship for 2024. Going to be a lot of different techniques play out today from what we're hearing coming out of practice from 171 teams. Going to be some live scoping, going to be some buzz baiting. You'll see some swim jig action for sure. Hopefully some schooling fish, but the big storyline is really there's not a lot of current generation right now. And that is not helping a lot of the things up the river. So could be crowded on the lower end of the lake today, but we're going to do our best, myself, Matt Lee, and Darian Craig, to get out here and tell the story for you today and set this thing up headed into the final day on who's going to win $50,000. Good look right here at this scattered vegetation. Team Hurst is picking apart not far from beeswax, which was a smart move this morning because it's cold, a little foggy in places, and they chose to stay close and try to catch a big one early. And you got to think going for a big largemouth this morning for sure. They got this area all to themselves. Certainly has that big time event feel this morning. Everybody's fired up, just trying to chase down their share of that $50,000, hopefully. Entry fee free tournament for $50,000 here on Lay Lake. 2-day event. So the best 2 limits are going to take home that top prize. We've never had a 2-time championship winner. Lots of potential for that this week, and this team right here could be one of them. I believe we've got the one and only Mr. Darian Craig about to join us down the lake. Darian,
Yeah,
are you cold?
We actually,
have you woke up yet?
I'm cold, and we abandoned playing this morning. I couldn't look. I think I must have slept in or something. I didn't log into my password. I got discombobulated this morning, so we followed Damian Willis and Tyler Kiker I had it in my ears, and so we just chased them. And the crazy part was that we chased them through quite the fog. I mean, quite the fog this morning. I honestly didn't think it would be quite so chilly on my fingertips. I would have wore some gloves, but yeah, Lake ABT Championship. These guys that we're watching definitely know what's going on. And Luke, I heard you say earlier you were on somebody that was fishing some bank grass. These guys are too for now. And hey, we've got I was asked what their boat number is in my ear. I have no clue yet because my fingers are too cold to open my iPad and check their boat number. So, but I do know that we are with a river rat legend today as our boat captain. So we're going to try to get a guest appearance today from Wesley Gore and see if we can get some inside information. But as for now, we're watching these guys just disappear into the fog.
Yeah, Darian's getting to travel with the real hammer today.
Yeah.
Mr. Wesley Gore.
The difference in what, well, I was going to say the difference. There's a lot of differences between me and Wesley, but the main, aside from catching a lot of fish, is I wanted to stick close to the ramp this morning. And the objective was I felt like if I stayed close to the ramp, I'd be warmer. Maybe not cover as many boats, but I'd be warmer. Wesley says, no, we ain't staying close to the ramp. We're going to the dam. We got to see some fish catch today. So we quickly listened to the man, and we were going to chase some fish. So I think we made the smarter, TV decision. But for my fingertips, I do think that was the wrong decision for the level of cold that I am.
Well, I know you don't like extreme conditions. So maybe somebody can run you some hot chocolate Uber Eats to you or something.
Maybe so, Luke. Maybe so. Luke, I'm gonna do an audio check. I know we're going back and forth. We're getting set up. How is my audio good? Before we get this 2-day event fired off, is my audio sounding good? Okay, I think we're good now. Hey, we hadn't done this in a couple months. It's cold. Hey, 2-day championship. I gotta make sure my stuff's right, Luke. These guys are like really slowly fishing, swimming. So they must have been around something big around here. Just guess.
We're just hoping Team Hurst gets a blow up here. It's a beautiful morning, and nothing would make us happier than to see one of these frogs get smashed by a big lake largemouth early.
Luke, I'm sure we've got some viewers by now on Facebook Live or YouTube, wherever they're watching from. So I just want to talk kind of through those. Maybe people getting into work and it's Friday, you really don't feel like doing a ton, which I honestly don't blame anybody for not doing a lot of work today. Just watch ABT Live. But I wanted to kind of go over the weather down here. So we ran all the way down towards the dam, and I would say it was, inside Beeswax wasn't too bad foggy, but as soon as you got to the mouth of it, it got pretty foggy. Just kind of give a little bit of a weather update. What do you say? Probably the first 5 or 6 miles or so was pretty thick fog, and then it actually cleared up a lot around the Narrows, and I'd say probably that stretch of 4 or 5 miles was pretty, maybe even a little longer than that, was pretty clear. No fog really, kind of just a little bit on the water, but nothing bad. And then we're down right at the dam now, and very, very heavy fog down here. You can't see much at all. You can't really see across the lake or even across the pockets. So just for the viewers, I don't know, I'm imagining you're in the fog too, Luke, but just kind of explaining why the screens all look so gray. It's because there's a lot of fog. So Luke, you said earlier you're on Team Hurst. What team is that exactly?
Roy and Matthew Hurst, the 2021 ABT Championship champs from Smith Lake, I believe.
Ah, okay.
And Darren, you were talking about that run in the fog. Well, I'll be honest with you. I was chasing Josh Butts and Stephen McAvoy, and I know you'll never believe this, but they eluded me. Okay, I had them, and then they were there, and then they weren't anymore. And I don't know if they locked through to like Pickwick or where they went, but they were just all of a sudden gone. No clue. We have a tracker on them. The tracker doesn't even make sense. It looks like they're in downtown Birmingham at this point. So anyways, I'm hoping to reconnect with those guys later. And Team Hurst was very close to where I was at when Josh and Steven just disappeared. And we had a tracker on these guys for obvious reasons. They're former champs. Chance to go be our first ever 2-time Alabama Bass Trail champs. Championship champs. So to speak, and we started on them this morning. So I'm glad you got to make that long, cold run.
Yeah, it was long. It was a long.
I'm close to beeswax, buddy.
And I guess we swapped plans. Well, the funny thing is, I wasn't able to get logged into the app and find who we were supposed to be chasing, and so we heard Damian Willis, Tyler Kiker in over the loudspeaker, and we're like, let's just follow them. They're probably going to catch them. And the whole entire ride, Wesley kept smiling the whole time, and he's like, I'm pretty sure this is them in front of us, but we can't see, so we're just following boat wake. And we pulled in, and like, we didn't know until we put the trolling motor up that it was them. We're like, okay, that was it. We made a good run.
Yeah, it got interesting in a couple spots there. The cold mornings and warm water temperatures really like to fight each other this time of year a little bit.
Is it still pretty foggy
It
up
makes
where
for
you're
some
at,
really
too?
good. Not really. It's burning off. You're starting to get the sun up here, and it's just hanging around the water a little bit. But you got the sun coming through. It's beautiful. Is what it is. I mean, beautiful. Right here, it's like a perfect picture background behind Team Hurst right here, right now. And they're both throwing frogs and scattered vegetation, and we're waiting on a blow up. Hey, no pressure, but we need a 5-pounder, okay? Okay. They're working on a 5-pounder, they said, so.
As long as they're working on it. I didn't want them to be not working on a 5-pounder.
That's right, that's right. Also, not to add any pressure, we've never had a 2-time championship winner, so what would that mean to y'all? So that'd be very special. I mean, the money's great, but being able to win that against this group, y'all did it in 2021, to do it again in 24, have to mean a lot.
It does mean a lot. You know the caliber of fishery that fish deep out here. Some of these guys are they truly pros.
No doubt.
It'll just be phenomenal to do it here. Basically at home.
Like you guys can hear them there talking about just what it would mean to win 2. You know, they won in 2021.
We need a little cooperation.
Need a little help from the fish, they say.
That's right.
It does take a little bit of that sometimes. They have to play along. They're just talking about the caliber, and that's one thing you're going to hear us say a lot if you tune into Alabama Bass Trail Live. We're going to talk about the caliber of these anglers. The entire field is stacked. These teams fish against 224 other teams at every event that are just stacked to the gills. They know what to do on these bodies of water. A lot of them are experts on a lot of the lakes we go to. And it is not easy to qualify for this. It's not easy to win on this trail, and the championship is the best of the best, so it's so hard. I think that's why it's a testament to why you've never seen a team win 2 of these championships in all the history of the Alabama Bass Trail. It's so difficult to get a win out here.
Luke, I wanted to bring in, and Kenny, I wanted to bring in Wesley for a minute, if he doesn't mind. I want to do a quick little interview. You think the best way to talk to Wesley is with this mic?
Yeah.
Just hold it?
That's fine. Okay.
Okay. Luke, I'm going to bring in Wesley, and I've got a couple questions just kind of on the spot. If you want to, we'll swap so you can have you be in the background. Got 2 questions. Luke Duncan started on around beeswax, and the people that he's on now, they're both fishing the bank. And obviously these guys are very familiar with the lake, and they're fishing the bank. What do you think the strategy is as far as if you were fishing the tournament? Everyone's talking about live scoping, everyone's talking about catching them off the bank right now. Is this a morning thing that you start in the grass and then move out there, or are there going to be people that just fish this bank grass all day long?
You'll have to see both of them. I mean, most people are going to take advantage of the low light in the morning time to try to catch a couple key fish. It's pretty difficult to catch the better than average fish scoping. You know, that 4 or 5 pounder, you can catch a bunch of 2 to 3 pounders, a 3 pounder being a pretty good one. But you need the sunshine this time of year. Earlier fall, mid-fall like this, you need the sunshine to get the bait positioned and get the fish positioned. So anybody that's fishing off the bank is going to have to wait for the sun to come up, let the fish get set up, even if it's not even suspended fish, if you're fishing targets and stuff like that. There's just not a lot of fish left overnight on those targets. A lot of them go to the bank, the temperature's cooling off, the shad are getting up tight to the bank, like you can see here. Occasionally there's bait flickering around, and that's just what happens when the water cools off this time of year. So there's a lot of fish shallow, so somebody will catch a big back shallow today. It's just going to be if you can repeat that. I think it's going to be a mix, though, that ends up being what wins.
Yeah. There's a wise tail. I don't know how much you pay attention to a wise tail, but I've always heard that fish don't bite good in the fog. So if you got an area like this, ABT Championship, morning one, first morning, you could run all the way down here. Fish, I would imagine this is probably one of their best stretches if that's where they're starting at. And you fish this whole stretch and don't have a bite yet in the fog. Are you coming back here once the fog gets out to maybe see if that old tail is true, or are you just running with it?
No,
I
think they're just running around trying to cover as much water as possible. I'm pretty familiar with these two, so I know exactly what they're trying to do. And but no, I think they're taking, actually the fog may be playing to their favor. The low light conditions are helping keep the water a little gloomy and dark, especially what they're doing. But for most people, I do agree that I'm not necessarily a fog person either, but for this time of year, I like it.
Cool. Well, you heard it here first. We've got, hopefully we'll get, as the day progresses, we follow more teams, we'll have you back up and talk just kind of what the strategies are and what's going on. Obviously, you said you live 15, 20 minutes away, so you're here a lot.
About 10 minutes from this side.
10 minutes from this side, so these are your pets down here, so I'm sure we'll be seeing a bunch of you. For all of our Facebook and YouTube followers, we've got over 80 on one and over 100 on the other, so thank y'all for joining us. We're on the boat with an Elite Series angler and somebody who knows a lot about the lake and the river this time of year, so if you've got any questions specifically for Wesley, I wouldn't ask myself any questions because I'm probably not really. If you have any questions for me, I'm passing them to Wesley. And Luke Duncan's on here as well. We'll see Matt Lee very soon. So if y'all have questions, put them in the chat. We've got all of our social media team watching and texting us updates as soon as we get questions. And like I said, we'll have Matt Lee on very soon as well. So thanks, Wesley, for your time. And all the viewers, thank y'all. If you want to share this video, we would appreciate that, and maybe we'll have some good fish catches here in a minute. These guys have disappeared. I don't know what happened. We talked for 3 minutes and they disappeared on us.
Good stuff from Wesley Gore right there. Former ABT angler, still fishes the ABT 100s, and obviously a Lay Lake expert. So I'm jealous that Darian's getting the guided tour, but he whined and complained, and he said he didn't want to drive a boat, and so Kay had to get him hooked up with Wesley Gore to be his boat captain for this event. And I wonder if Wesley brought him a breakfast casserole. First event of the year, that's how we started things. Darian getting homemade breakfast casseroles while the rest of us are fighting for peanut butter and crackers out here. But we're still hanging with Team Hurst, their boat number 24, Roy Matthew. They're the 2021 champions from the ABT Championship, so they're familiar getting it done in this event. Working a shallow program this morning, scattered vegetation. When they come up on a dock, they try to pick it apart. We've seen them swimming a jig, throwing a frog. Now they're swimming a worm. No fish just yet, but everything they fish is just juicy. That is for sure. Not far from the beeswax area, just off the main river. We had 171 teams take off this morning. Beautiful beeswax landing. All trying to chase down $50,000 first place prize in an entry fee free tournament. So they've worked hard all year to get here, and this is the best of the best. if you're on your way to the office, if you're in your office right now and you're wondering why it looks like we're just all bundled up like we're in the Arctic, it's because it was in the 80s last weekend, and this morning my truck said 39. I think that was closer to the low 40s most likely, but on the water it is a little brisk this morning. First October cold front. And somebody that's joining us not for the first time this year, but we're glad to have him back. Surprise guest, Mr. Matt Lee, going to join us. How's it going this morning, buddy?
We are here. I will tell you, I got out of the truck this morning and Luke kind of made a joke about how I was bundled up, and we'll see who's laughing now. It is frosty and it is foggy, and I am trying to stay out of these guys' way and not run over a tree out in the middle of Lake on the way down, and I just want to get in and get the viewers some shots so bad, but there's some patches we ran into where it was, I mean, Russell over here was, yeah, he was just choosing not to look. But Rutland and Carden, we're close to them. I really wanted to just get on here and kind of give y'all some footage. We're going to ease up and kind of get closer to them. But I'm sure these guys are the dudes, 4 or 5 time winners out here. Anybody that knows about this area, Coosa River, we got Rutland and Carden. I mean, I fished against them a lot, got beat by them a lot, but rarely do I actually get to watch them fish. So now is my excuse to get to watch them. I'm sure they're going to run and gun a lot this morning, like a lot of people do on the Coosa River, and it's going to make it tough for us to follow them around. We saw them as soon as we got to them a minute ago. They jumped and moved again, and so it's going to be tough to catch up to them, stay with them until this fog lifts. But foggy morning, cool morning, and I can tell throwing a jerk bait, maybe spinner bait, and it's just, I mean, it's yeah. We see several boats. We're just trying to stay. I mean, it is. We got a fish catch over here to the right. Yeah, and there's no doubt these fish, I would say this spotted bass, I fished here before, these, no doubt that you get a cold front like this and it is going to affect the fishing, but it, time and time again in this place, it still takes massive weight to win, even with this cold that's coming through. And it's so foggy, I'm not 100% sure that's, we got our trackers on, and Rutland's right here close, and there's about 3 boats from inside of us, but I can't. And my GPS tracker was popping up, and I'm trying. There. It was a little bit, I mean, I think the last time I was on here I talked about the chaos right off the start, but that fog just added to it. And then plus Lake, you can't just run everywhere. You got to kind of pay attention. And yeah, it was, I'm like, gosh, I just want to stay out of everybody's way and not run over something I'm not supposed to. There's a thing, I think that's Cummings and Bailey right there, and then we have Rutland and Carden right up here in front of me. The tracker is actually got them both on top of each other, and I would say these 2 boats are about 100 yards apart. So if you look right here, I mean, you hear the boat before you see them. They're coming in quick, trying to keep my man Russell back there going peace. Yeah, jerk bait, fishing a little bit more depth this morning. I will say I fished here like before in tournaments, and it'd been one swimming a jig when it was a cold front. You never would have thought that you would catch them still up shallow in the grass, and nothing really surprised me. I think you're going to see all kinds of different techniques out here today. You can catch them out. You know, guys are going to be out using their forward-facing sonar, active target, and then they're going to be fishing deeper, spotted bass. I saw it stopped for a second near a popular road bed in the Bozo area. I'm just below that now, and guys were out there fishing that road bed in a lot deeper water. We still got good water clarity here. Yeah, it's kind of like anything goes out on Lay Lake right now. But it is frosty. I mean, it got cold in a hurry. But yeah, Luke came out and he was blue jeans and, oh gosh, you're bundled up, Matt. Yeah, I am. It's in the 30s out here, and I'm not used to it yet. And so, yeah, I could have worn another 3 or 4 layers. This is
Yeah, I wish I
right
hadn't have made fun of you because I'm paying for it now.
you haven't even ran down the lake now. I'm about to the Narrows. The adrenaline rush from the fog I was running through kind of kept me a little bit warmer. This has got to be them right here. I can barely even tell it's a Yamaha. I'm about 60 yards from them. The breeze is blowing, and so that fog is moving out, but if you're on this windy side, it's kind of blowing into us. But yeah, this has got to be them here. Yeah. I think the first place they stopped was some deeper docks, deeper banks, seawall. Yeah, it's just, for me, I've been getting beat. Well, there they are right here, yep. It kind of true, there's, I don't, I'm just gonna kind of watch them. I can't get close enough to kind of chat with them just yet, but probably get that glare off the fog too. You kind of see. I don't know what it looks like from a camera view, but it's blowing in just on the side we're on. And we did see him catch one, so just a minute ago it was them, but smaller fish. I mean, anybody that kind of follows fishing in this area, I mean, these two dudes are the dudes. When it comes to this part, especially Lay Lake, so it's almost I got a little bit of fear just sitting here watching them. Feel like I'm not supposed to be because they're so good and everything they do. People want to know exactly how they fish this lake, and we're getting to watch it firsthand this morning. And if they get mad at me for snooping on their techniques, I just blame Kay for it. So I got a good excuse this morning. I'm not gonna say that they took off through some timber and some local knowledge back channel deal to kind of escape me, but very well, I mean, might have happened earlier. I'm not sure. It could have just missed the boat trail, but I wouldn't put it past them to pull something and try to hide from me this morning. Maybe we get to see them catch a hammer. They throwing a jerk bait, a spinner bait. Nothing too crazy yet. And I got my earbuds in, and I really can't tell how loud I'm being, whether or not they can hear me. I don't really want to. Yeah, I feel like we're sneaking in on the by far favorites in this tournament right here. it's foggy enough that we're 40 yards from them, and I can't for sure tell what they're throwing. They're mixing up a little bit, spinner bait and jerk bait, but it's. They had this other boat came in front of them and turned around, so it's. I'm sure there'll be we're on a deeper point that leads back into a creek, and looks like they're maybe making a move. Yeah, I think there's gonna be a lot of this running gun. I can, yeah. That's him. This is Matt Lee. I'm gonna stay out of y'all's way. You know, Kay told me to follow you around, so I'll try not to give away any juice. You know, you just let me know what I need to look down at the water instead of paying attention.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Yeah. If you hear that, I blame it on Kay. You just gotta blame it on Kay. Kay made me follow y'all. Speaking of Kay, we'll bring Kay back in for an update, and we are going to follow them as they try to escape me. Thanks, Kay, for letting me blame you for following them around this morning.
I tell you what, the last couple of days, Kay has been blamed for a whole lot more than just following people around. Boat number selection, all of that, all comes back inside this live studio. And speaking of that, we are inside the Alabama Bass Trail live studio here on the banks of Lay Lake at Beeswax Park. Huge shout out to the Shelby County Commission for the improvements that they've made here. Really allows us to bring in our big trailers, expand our footprint here at Beeswax. Tons of dock space for the guys to tie up and weigh their fish this afternoon. 12,000 acres. Lay Lake's one of the smaller bodies of water that we go to, especially for a 225 boat tournament. But 12,000 acres located just about 30 minutes south of Birmingham, Columbiana in Shelby County. 171 teams qualified for this event. Let's tell you how they did that. The top 75 in points in both the North and the South. All 10 winners of our regular season events, as well as the top 5 couples and the top 5 high school teams are here. So that's how you qualify to get here. It is a $100,000 no entry fee championship. So they are fishing on Alabama Bass Trail Dime today. Also want to talk a little bit about the weather. We're talking about how chilly it is. We've got fog, a little bit of frost on the boats. That's just this week. Last weekend it was 82 degrees, absolutely beautiful. High today is about 70 degrees. Lows have been in the low 40s. That's why you're seeing a little bit of this fog that's out here. Also want to talk a little bit about the contingency money that is in play this weekend. You have an $8,000 Phoenix First Flight contingency. If they don't win, they're the highest finisher. That's a $2,500 Phoenix payday bonus that will go home with them. Anglers can win up to $2,000 from AmFirst Credit Union by financing their boat and truck with them, as well as Yamaha Power Pay, Garmin Electronics. Alabama Bass Trail has a contingency out there as well. So lots of contingency money on the line, power pole. You've got just tons of cash that's available to these guys if they work with those different partners. Over $60,000 could go home with a team this weekend. Do want to recognize our 2024 Anglers of the Year. You saw them when they went out this morning. CJ Knight, Anthony Goggins, ABT South Division Anglers of the Year, and then Justin Bussey and Ben Webb. They are your North Anglers of the Year and your overall Anglers of the Year, taking home an additional $5,000 for besting the best out here on the Alabama Bass Trail. I do want to talk about some of the teams that we have cameras on. We're going to try to cover as many teams today as possible. Darian is on, Damian Willis and Tyler Kiker in the general vicinity. I'm watching the trackers. We have Noah and Cole Godwin, 2-time winners on the Alabama Bass Trail. They won here in September of 2020. They are anxious to do that again. They've had a lot of very close second places, especially down at Lake Jordan just 2 years ago when they fell just short to Stephen McAvoy and Josh Butts. As you've seen, we have Chris Rutland, Kobe Carden, the only team that's a 5-time winner on the Alabama Bass Trail. 4 of those wins right here at Lay Lake. So going to be real fun to watch those guys as it transpires throughout the weekend. Another few teams, Brian Stifler, Ben Black have a ton of experience on this body of water. We're going to try to catch up with them as well. Also, Josh Chappell, Paul Davis, they got their first win on the Alabama Bass Trail at Logan Martin this week. They got a second place here at an Alabama Bass Trail 100. They just talking and listening to the doc talk, guys are catching fish. It's who can find that 4.5 to 5 pounder that's really going to make a difference here on Lay Lake, which is a part of the Coosa River. The fish size here is 12 inches across the board, largemouth and spotted bass. So that's what the guys are looking for. And then also a team that I especially think we should pay attention to. I don't think we're going to find them today. I think they're going to be able to run away from us. And that's Justin Mott and Randall Hamilton. They won an event here in 2019 in November. And I think it's going to be a really good tournament for them as well. They seemed excited when we saw them at the meeting last night. So you are looking at Lay Lake, a little over 12,000 acres, located in Shelby County, just 30 minutes south of Birmingham. We're excited to be here. This is the 12th time the Alabama Bass Trail has visited here, including the first year of the Alabama Bass Trail 100. So looking forward to getting these guys out on the water. Matt Lee, Luke Duncan, and Darian Craig will be out all day till about 11 o'clock, covering teams here, giving you updates. We'll do an unofficial leaderboard as we get closer to the end of live. Should be here till 11 o'clock today. So, guys, we hope you'll stick with us. We're going to go ahead and take a short commercial break. Thank some of our partners, but y'all stay tuned. There's a lot of action coming up on Lay Lake. We'll see you right back.
The Alabama Bass Trail is brought to you by Phoenix Boats, Landers McClarty Chevrolet, McGraw-Webb Chevrolet, and by Academy Sports and Outdoors.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Here at Landers McClarty Chevrolet, it's time to pick your offer on a new Chevy Silverado 1500. That's right, pick the offer that's best for you. Choose rates as low as 2.9% for 72 months, or how about up to $12,000 off all Silverados? They have the best selection in years with over 500 pre-owned vehicles available. Big store, big on savings, and big on customer service. Visit LandersMcClartyChevrolet.com.
Welcome to Minnow King. How can I help you?
Everything looks good. I'm friggin' starving, man. Been spawning all morning.
Ugh, TMI, bro. What do you want?
I'll take a Crush City freeloader and gizzard shad.
Anything to drink.
Water.
Pull ahead, please. Welcome to Minnow King.
We're gonna have what he's had. Yeah, throw me in a Ned BLT, too.
Pull ahead, please.
Calm down. Quit feeding him so much.
Hey, man, I'm trying to, man.
If you overfeed him, he's gonna hide under a log.
The perfect checking account doesn't exist. Not at a bank, that is. So why do you keep looking there? At AmFirst, you can get no minimum balance or monthly fees, an instant issue debit card, and free checks with unlimited check writing. But who doesn't want more? Like a rewards program you'll actually use, and convenient digital tools that make it easy to manage your account from anywhere. Now you could try and find that at a bank, or you could save yourself the trouble by checking with us.
Stetson Blaylock, Todd Auten, Hank Terry, let's go!
Garmin Live Scope, I tell you right now, if you don't have it, you are behind. It's just wild. It's like a video game.
If you do not have that Garmin Live Scope, you are definitely missing out.
Bassmaster Classic Champion!
If you've been at Jack's as long as I have, you know what gets people in Mobile excited. Bacon! We're putting a whole heap of bacon on our new Ultimate Barbecue Bacon Burger. 6 slices of crispy hardwood smoked bacon with 2 all-beef patties, cheese, and our tangy Southern barbecue sauce. Y'all, that's a lot of bacon.
Oh, I can handle it.
It's Bacon Mania with our new Ultimate Barbecue Bacon Burger. Or try our classic Big BLT or our Chicken BLT today. I'm Carrie Jackson, and I'm all about the South.
Welcome back inside the Alabama Bass Trail Live studio here on the banks of Lay Lake. You're watching the blast-off that took place earlier this morning. 171 boats in just under 20 minutes out to see if they can't rustle up some of those Coosa River spotted bass. We've got a guest on the water with us today, Mr. Matt Lee. Matt's fished these waters in the state of Alabama quite a bit. I think he's on a new team. I think boat number 31, Barry Vest and Dustin McDaniel. Matt, have you been able to talk to him yet?
Yes, I just talked to them. I don't think they had y'all anything yet this morning. No, yeah. They said no. We're down and made our way down to the Bozos area, and this, like when I fished the last ABT 100 is an area that I fish a lot, and it's real popular. It's 31 here, yeah, and yeah, the fog's obviously clearing up. It's just kind of, you just get in a patchy area where the wind's blowing into, and then you'll all of a sudden get in a place that's right here it's bright sun, no fog, and we were following Cardin, but they just stopped twice and moved again, and they're another 12 miles on down, and so we're going to wheel in some places and get some updates from some guys now that I can see the bank and see who's around me, see if there's any boats around me, but fishing some shallow grass, spinnerbait, swim jig, and just a really, the bit I know about Lay Lake, I am nowhere an expert, but this area has a lot of fish, and it definitely, the wind, it was ripping in that little pocket. It wasn't that far from where we're at now. Really, I guess it was just the fact that creek was on the windy side, and now it's bright skies, bluebird. It happened quick, but yeah, a lot of times I would say these spotted bass, they're affected somewhat by the cold, but you also, they'll surprise you. So it's, the last show that I did was on Neely Henry, and it seems like it's, the Coosa River, to me, there's this general, it's really about timing. It's a lot, the guys that know it well are looking like Cardin, looking for little key spots that they have confidence in. They've caught a lot of fish. To, I would say, the normal person, it just, everything kind of looks the same. And seeing some shad up flicking around the edge of the grass, and it, yeah, we're starting to see some people move around. Fog's lifting. It's gonna be a good morning. I wish I'd see him catch one right there in that little point of grass. These Coosa River guys, everybody's got their favorite color swim jig. It'll be some goofy orange or a little pink in it. Somebody will swear by chartreuse swim bait on the tail, and like a spinnerbait, jerkbait swim jig, is going to be something you're seeing a lot of people throwing this morning. This is Bozo's Fish Camp. Get a shot of the rip-rap point right here with the sign on it. That's anybody that's, let's say there's a few places, Beeswax Creek on the Narrows, and then Bozo's Fish Camp is just one of those places everybody knows about on this place. And old Duncan's checking back in with us. We'll see if he's still got all his fingers and toes and avoided frostbite so far this morning. Luke, are you checking back in with us?
I am checking back in, and I am not warm, but I am definitely not complaining like Darian would be. So that's the big thing. But we ran up the river a little ways and found Philip Harrell, Clinton Gilbertson, boat 163. They got one in the boat so far, they were telling us. And we're in a stretch of the river. We're not too far from the steam plant, Matt, and they're starting to see a lot of boats running a similar program up here. seeing some top water, seeing some jerk baits, but you're starting to see the old bent neck pattern though. Starting to looking at some screens out here in the middle of the river, and we thought we would see that because of the lack of current flow. You know, it's going to cause these fish to just spin, float around, and you're going to really be able to attack them on live scope, and we're going to see a lot of that today for sure as the day goes on. This fog gets out of here, sun gets up, it's going to be kind of slick, it's going to be a beautiful day, and I feel like we're going to certainly see a lot of this going on.
What's the water temp where you're at up there?
I would be lying to you if I said I had a unit on. We were just, I've got my map on, but it was yesterday, I went actually down on Mitchell to film a few things with the one and only Shannon Wheeler. It was 73 down there. Power up my old Garmin here. We were just on Team Hurst, they were up in the dirt, so I was trying to be. Yeah, I had all my, had everything turned off when we were around Team Hurst, just trying to be as quiet as I can when they were slipping around that shell of grass. But turn me on the old Garmin, I'll get you an update here. It's cold like I am this morning.
They picked up the buzz chicken this morning. Hold on, don't get Trey Swindle out here. It's 35 degrees. We're throwing the buzz bait. Yeah, and I haven't seen, there's been some tournaments where that Narrows area has really played down the lake with a forward-facing sonar, and I've seen some guys fishing more of that shallow grass and seawalls so far this morning, and I'm going to make my way on down here in a minute and I have not seen the Luke Duncan bent neck pattern yet this morning, but I'm sure we will here soon.
Oh, it's definitely going to play. We're seeing several boats in this area running that right now. And I'm sitting in currently like 50 feet of water, and I've got my live scope fired up now, and there's just bait balls everywhere with fish behind them, and I'm in the middle of the river. And I'm watching right now on live, I'm watching fish chase a bait ball 100 feet out from my boat as we watch this team. Crazy. You know, and that's something that's so amazing with what forward-facing sonar technology has done. And we were talking about this last night at the meeting. You know, these fish will just get behind you almost, and that's something we never knew. We're like, oh, well, they're up, and they're not. You know, we never really realized where a lot of these fish would slip off to, and sometimes you just turn around right over your shoulder and there's one swimming now in 3 feet of water over 50. It's when there's no current, they don't have to position anywhere, and they can just roam, get away from you.
It does, I think Lay Lake, when I've been here, it has a ton of bait in it, and the lack of current is definitely going to play to that open water forward facing deal. And I'm interested to see how many people we see down here in the next couple of bends, a couple miles down. We're probably I would like to see them get a monster roll right there on the buzz bait, but we're going to keep moving. I'm getting antsy, and
Matt,
let's keep hopping.
We're fixing to make a move as well. Philip and Clint are fixing to make a run. We're going to make a run too here.
Yep, and we get somebody else, Darian, stopped on a group, and we'll make our way down. But throwing this buzz bait, mixing in a swim jig and a spinner bait, I'd love to see a little roll. It's always, I feel like we're the group now that as soon as we leave, they'll catch a giant. If we stay for 45 minutes and we won't see anything really cool, it's just, that's the luck you get, Russell, when you get stuck with me out here, you know? He's nodding his head, he knows. But for folks at home that didn't catch earlier, Barry Vest, Dustin McDaniel, Cedar Bluff, and Cartersville, Georgia, guys. And sounds like Darian is back live, and so we're gonna toss it over to Darian. And Darian, give us a little update of where you're at and what's going on, and I'm gonna make a move on down.
Yeah, we're somewhere down in the fog, down on the lower end. Still following Damien and Tyler. They're switching up a couple different baits, fishing the grass and fishing really, really slow, looking for the big bite this morning. I believe they've caught one little one. Well, we've seen one little one. They may have caught another one in this fog. As soon as you get a few feet away from them, you can't see them anymore, so. We are getting numbers from Miss K, though. She says we've got over 150 on, looks like 150 on each platform, YouTube and Facebook. So if y'all are watching at home or at work, wherever you're at, we appreciate you tuning in this morning. We've got, I believe we've got 48 trackers, if I remember correctly, out on the water. So we can see the location of 48 different teams. So if you're watching and there's somebody specific that you'd like us to try and go cover, maybe when this fog lifts, we'll do a hunt and try to go find people. So comment the people, whatever you're watching on, comment in the chat who you'd like us to go watch, and we'll see if we can follow them. And again, for the people watching, we've got Wesley Gore is boat captain, what I'm in today, of my boat. We've got Luke Duncan on the water with a lot of fishing experience, and Matt Lee also on the water with a bunch of fishing experience. So if y'all have got specific fishing questions, comment those below, and we'll try to get the fishing questions answered for you. I know with forward-facing sonar now, how popular it is, and it changes fishing a lot. We talk about that a bunch, but it kind of changes your mindset and your patterns. You know, you can go out and live scope a bunch of fish, but maybe not, you know, the winning quality of fish. Maybe it will be, maybe it won't. So it presents some new challenges and kind of game planning. So that's one question I had for Wesley earlier was, what mixture will we see of people fishing the bank versus fishing out? And his answer was, you're going to try and take advantage of this low light and look for that big bite in the morning. So I think that's a pretty solid plan. We've already seen it several times this morning. We're already getting some comments. People want to see where John and Zeke are. CJ and Anthony, the Godwin brothers, the Miller brothers. We will do our best. I'm pretty sure the majority of those guys have trackers, so we will definitely go look for them soon. I believe we're around a couple of those teams, so as soon as the fog lifts, Kenny, show them to the left. Show them what's over here. Show them why we can't go find them yet. It is the abyss that way, so I'm not wanting to run through that. But as soon as the fog lifts, we're gonna do our best to go find some folks for y'all. Keep commenting, and Miss Kay's sending us a list of who y'all are wanting us to go look for, and we will do our best as soon as the fog lifts.
big enough to get it.
Is there anybody talking? Is there anybody talking? Just went dead.
Yeah. All right, Matt Lee, sounds like you've caught up to somebody. Who are you with now?
This is Anaya and Anaya and that red blinging boat over there. And
I don't have comps.
Little Fisher's got his camo bib on, so it must mean business right now. He's looking like he weighs more than about 80 pounds now. He's so bundled up, but I'm gonna sneak up. I don't know that Ryan just tried to set the hook on a tree or not. We should stand and throw him under the boat like that on live right here, but see if we can get up here and get an update from him. Yours truly, Matty Lee. How's the morning going? Come on, ding him up. Ding him up. Come on. He said pretty slow right now, but I would expect him to say that even if he just caught 3 6-pounders, so that didn't tell me a whole lot. And believe it or not, I pulled up on them and they're over here flipping grass. No, I'm just kidding, they're not. Ryan was reaching the grass, and then Fisher just drove him away from the bank and back out in kind of open water. We're down just below the Narrows, and it's like, I don't know, this lake changes a little bit. Rocky, bluffy bank, and more depth when you move on down. We're off 30 feet of water. I saw where Darien is on down even farther south than we are, but Fisher is he's up scanning around. So we're gonna stay with him for a minute and see what happens, and check back in with my buddy Duncan and see if he's warmed up yet. Luker, how you doing?
I don't know that warm would be the word for it just yet, but the sun is getting up and starting to warm up a little bit, I would say. We're with Mitch Mitchell, Candler McCollum, 4-time winners on the Alabama Bass Trail, as good as it gets. And they are having a slow morning though. Just Mitch said they have 0 so far, but a team that is certainly always in contention no matter where we go. And as we make our way upriver, we're seeing lots more boats, and everybody seems to be focusing on the main river, but as we mentioned, not a lot of current flow. Seems to scatter the fish, and we're seeing a lot of guys really out in the middle of the river. Mitch and Candler fishing a river ledge. Just a drop off here, right on the river. But as we made our way up a little further, we're seeing boats truly in the middle of the river channel, 50 feet water. What's that?
You want to trade?
Want to trade?
Yeah.
Mitch wants to know if I want to trade. Let me run that by Kay. She can hear me right now. Kay, Mitch wants to know if I want to trade with him. Can I take the spinning rod and he man my boat and do coverage?
I want to go find somebody catching them, so I don't have.
He says he wants to find somebody catching them. Well, y'all are normally the ones we're watching catch them. You know, you can't win as many ABTs as everybody and not have a camera on you.
Maybe I'll figure it out for the end of the day. None of those ever been on lay.
Candler said none of those have ever been on lay. And a team that we've been trying to track down, Zeke Gossett, John Kellett just ran by, so hopefully we can catch up with them here in just a little bit as well. For the folks at home, we have trackers on several of the boats and we can see where they're at, but with cell phone service, sometimes it doesn't update. We were actually looking for Zeke and John when we were running up through here, and we saw Mitch and Candler decide to stop and get an update from these guys, because again, they're just always in contention everywhere we go. And Zeke and John just ran by us. We've got several teams up here that are on our tracker list, and how we put that together, it's based off of history. It's based off of, hey, maybe this guy's a local favorite. Sometimes it's based off of dock talk, some of the things that we hear going into an event about a team, and we try to do our best because we just have a few hours to try to tell the story, catch up with as many teams as we can out here on the Coosa River. I believe Mr. Darian Craig is going to join us back. Darian, how's the lower end?
Luke, I'm not even going to lie to you. I didn't know that I wasn't joined with you the whole time. I thought we'd been running. I thought we'd been live this whole time. No, lower end is just, foggy, a little chilly, and we're still trailing Damian Willis and Tyler Kiker, fishing very slow and methodical, looking for one of them old biggins, and they've swung a couple times. They've caught at least one small one that we've seen, and looks like they're now about to make a run, possibly. Yep, they're going to make a little run. So just as quickly as you brought me in, I'm also going to ask to be excused one more time. And look, we shot a little thing this morning I'd like to pop up now and just see what our predictions were and see how accurate they'll be. On Lay Lake, one thing we talked about is that in the ABT this whole year, forward facing hasn't really won a bunch of tournaments because they're 1 days. But what we've talked about is if the ABT ever moved to 2-day or the championship, probably going to be dominated by forward facing.
Especially with no current flow on Lay Lake, especially when fish are feeding on little bait and moving around being weird. So I think we'll definitely see live scope play a big role.
I was hunting what you got. They didn't have any at the store, so I'm going to go with the freeloader as my just bait of choice for the week. On, live scoping, different size jig heads, different size hooks. Matt Lee was giving us some sneaky secrets last night that we can't talk about, but I'm going with the freeloader, somewhere down the lake in the clear water, no current, forward facing sonar.
Well, I've got 2 Crush City picks. The Mayor, the 3-inch Mayor. They make one a little smaller than this now too that could play at this event, but you're never going to come to the Coosa River and not throw a swim bait of some kind. We've seen that every event we've covered this year. So the Mayor, and then I brought out the Ned BLT because, again, slick calm, no current, no anything. That could get some guys that type style, a Ned rig. A shaky head will play today, I feel like. One thing's for sure, there's 170 of the best teams anywhere, not just in Alabama, anywhere, and somebody's taking on $50,000. Let's get out on the water for day one. Mitch Mitchell, Candler McCollum, Tennessee River experts, especially on Pickwick. And if you fished the Tennessee River very much, they're full of drum, which are fun to catch, but when you're fishing for $50,000 hooked up again, Mitch just caught a drum. That is not a drum right there. Mitch hooked up. He said they had just gotten schooled up on this spot in the boat. There we go, fish number 1. And Mitch Mitchell, Candler McCollum.
John.
There we go. It's better than what was in there.
That's right.
They had no fish when we pulled up, so it'll be keeper number 1. We'd like to thank everybody for tuning in this morning. ABT Live. And I got to give a special shout out. Miss Sugar Walker competes on the ABT. She always provides donuts, and I was handed a special care package of donuts in the dark this morning that Sugar Walker provided. So shout out to her for always feeding my donut addiction at Alabama Bass Trail events. Doesn't help my abs, to be honest, Sugar Walker, but I really appreciate you. And she's actually not fishing this event, which makes it even more special, the fact that she took time out to drive up here to make sure we got our special donuts for this event. That is it's what the ABT is all about. We call it the ABT family for a reason. Thank you, Sugar Walker. And they've already come in handy. I've already been snacking on those this morning, try to warm up. Speaking of ABT family, if you're just joining us, we're with Mitch Mitchell and Candler McCollum, and they are 4-time winners on the Alabama Bass Trail and have fished for a lot of years out here. They are certainly part of that ABT family. We just saw them catch their first keeper. After catching a drum, it was kind of a you know, an upset when they catch the drum and then immediately throw back in there and catch the first keeper of the morning. And Mitch made the comment, he said, a school of them just set up. And I mentioned earlier, Harrelson team we were covering, we were out in the middle of the river watching them, and you're just seeing tons of bait with fish behind it out here on live scope in the middle of the river channel. And I know that that's what Mitch and Candler are seeing as well, but they're fishing a little swing, channel swing, drop off, and he had just mentioned they had just quote unquote set up. He said they just set up, throws up there, catches a drum, and then catches a keeper. So I guess they had pushed a bait ball right up and onto the drop off, hoping to see them catch another one. Slow morning so far. Most of the teams that we've talked to, that we've covered, and it's been foggy, and I have always been very superstitious about fishing in the fog. I feel like fish don't bite as well for some reason, and a lot of the guys that I learned to bass fish from, including my dad, that was always their theory as well. And just, you know, and some folks will say, well, that makes it Series Pro, that sometimes that does help with that low light, but I've never had a ton of success in the fog. And then another thing is we've had the moon overhead after daylight, which is a scenario that I've heard fish and say, man, you never want to see that. You know, it's one of those like, you know, wind out of the east, fish bite the least kind of situation. Fishing folklore, but the moon was certainly out and about this morning, even after daylight. So bright bluebird skies, not a cloud in sight. It's going to be a beautiful day, but not necessarily the best fishing conditions sometimes in the fall. This high pressure.
All right, we got boat 30. We got Miller right here, and we're in the mouth of Waxahachie. I think the cell service, as I can remember, is real spotty here in this area. So we hopefully we get to hang out with them for a minute. They do have one fish, so I was hoping they catch another one, but I know that Darien is down there in that Paint Creek area. I really didn't want to turn around and go back up, but I think Waxahachie is going to have some real spotty service. You got a lot of, it's a real narrow creek, popular in this lower end, that's deeper banks, and sometimes you get a lot of watercolor in this area, but not right now. It looks really good. And they are moving. I've seen that there was several competitors here in this mouth of Waxahachie area, so we're hang out here. We were with Fisher and Ryan and I know y'all were kind of in and out on service with them. They were just between here and the Narrows, fishing kind of around the mouth of some of these little pockets that were off the main lake, and we watched Ryan catch one that did keep, that was nothing to write home about, but it was a fish so far this morning. And I told Fisher to stop back boating Ryan and make sure and let him cast too. And we're going to sneak in close to these guys and get a little update of what they're doing. They are burning up the trolling motor down the bank here. Obviously, they're not targeting really on the bank. They're looking out off, forward facing. But it seemed like maybe in some of the timber out in front of this bluff, maybe they're targeting that. A little bit of a shade line. I'm sure that the sun is. We're at a weird angle here with a lot of glare because of the fog lifting with the water and the sun coming down, and they're sitting right in the shade. But I'll go in here and get a little update from them. It is a pretty morning. It's going to be a nice day out here. It's not, the sun is out, bright bluebird skies, and could make the bite kind of tough with not a cloud in the sky, this little bit of a front, but I think these guys are 17 and 19 years old, so maybe usually now I'm getting a little bit older, and I kind of like to hang out with the kids about these age, man. You feel like I'm about 21 years old still. I'm more closer to 35, but we got to check in with Darian. He, somebody that looks like they're 19 years old that's not. I can't even fake it. Darian, give us a little update. You're down here in the slow run too. I'm in Waxahachie. I don't know if you heard me earlier, but are you still down in that paint area?
Yeah, we are down in Paint Creek, and we have made our way over to Crossin and Crossin, which was one of the Facebook comments earlier. Someone was asking us to go chase down these two fellas, and they said they've got two fish. They are, it looks like they're exclusively scoping. I think they've been out here the majority of the morning that we've seen on the tracker. And the fog is finally lifting enough for us to be able to make our way over this way. So there's a couple other, looks like a couple other teams in the area, so we might be able to hop around here in a little while, but these cats are out in the dead middle. Have the troll motor on high. I don't know if we've still got Luke Duncan on. I don't hear him, so I'm going to speak freely, but I was a little disappointed with what he said there. He mentioned, he was talking about the guys that taught him how to fish, and he mentioned his dad, but he didn't mention me for whatever reason. I was pretty disappointed to not have my name mentioned in a little while, but I have shown Luke a lot over the years.
Who's the older, who's the younger? You made the younger, your seniority, you had to run the troll motor? That's what. You're 17 and 19? Quick math on that. You were born in 2007, and buddy, I graduated high school. Talk about make a man feel old. 2007. I am a Coleman Bearcat class of 2007. Whew. I am getting old quick. Think about how good that they, it's just impressive. What I believe it was, got a little nugget that 12th AOI race out of 225 Alabama hammers. I'm trying not to be, I could really be distracting and go in here and ask them a lot of questions and be annoying, but let them do their thing. But to finish 12th in AOI is That doesn't even make sense to be 17, 19 years old. It's unbelievable. Y'all gonna go a long ways, or?
We're gonna go to paint.
What's that?
We're gonna go to paint.
Oh, got you. 10-4. Tell Darian to get out of the way when you go down there. He's out there in the middle of the creek looking lost. Just dust his doors on the way in. They're heading your way, Darian. Good luck. Y'all sack them up.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Good job.
We're up.
The Alabama Bass Trail is sponsored by Rapala, VMC, Crush City, TH Marine.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
We truly love the sport of fishing.
that's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
I leave nothing to chance when it comes to hooks. They are the most critical part of the equation.
This is truly the best hook I've ever used.
Thinner, stronger, slicker, all the pluses that you really want in a hook. That red line right in the roof of her mouth, exactly where you want to get them.
When you have the opportunity to create something good, you might as well make this great. And I think that's what we did with the Red Line series of hooks.
In the relentless pursuit of domination on the water, one name stands above the rest. TH Marine's Atlas Jackplate. The power behind champions since 2007. The driving force that propels you to victory. More winners choose Atlas. For the fisherman who demands the best, Atlas delivers. Because every move counts. More winners choose Atlas.
Big companies get bigger and bigger and talk about their fancy labs where they study fish behavior. But then they all go golfing on the weekend. We don't have a large laboratory to test baits. Why, you ask? We don't need a big laboratory because our pros fish, our employees fish, our salespeople fish, our suppliers fish, our mold builders fish, our owners fish, and our kids fish. This is our laboratory. Our R&D comes from time on the water, learning how to make fish bite. We don't have other hobbies. We fish. We fish all year in all conditions across the whole country. All that time on the water brings us thousands of hours of testing new products and improving current ones for all species. We're a family-owned U.S. company that has many of our products made in America by American workers. The products we don't make in America, we make in Guatemala, which supports many families in that country as well.
If you've been at Jack's as long as I have, you know what gets people in Mobile excited. Bacon! We're putting a whole heap of bacon on our new Ultimate Barbecue Bacon Burger. 6 slices of crispy hardwood smoked bacon with 2 all-beef patties, cheese, and our tangy Southern barbecue sauce. Y'all, that's a lot of bacon.
Oh, I can handle it.
It's Bacon Mania with our new Ultimate Barbecue Bacon Burger. Or try our classic Big BLT or our Chicken BLT today. I'm Carrie Jackson, and I'm all about the South.
Welcome back to Lay Lake, the 2024 Alabama Bass Trail Championship presented by Phoenix Boats here. And we have caught up with Zeke Gossett and John Kellett. Morning, boys. How's it looking so far?
We got about 11.
Got about 11 pounds in the boat already. We're just going to try to stay out of your way and get behind you if that's okay.
Yeah, no, you're good.
Okay. Zeke, while I got y'all real quick, is the lack of current causing all this out here in the middle, or is it just kind of the time of year?
Yeah, it's a mix of both.
Oh, mix of both?
Lack of current, clear water.
It says the water's a little clearer.
Let them out just on the bait in the cold weather.
All right, we're going to fall in behind them, and there's several other boats in this area. We actually saw one catch a keeper right as we pulled up. But Zeke and John are 2023 Angler of the Years in the North. Zeke and Ethan King, his partner in the ABT 100, is leading the ABT 100 Angler of the Year race this year in 2024 season. We got one more event to go there at Wheeler. Certainly a fantastic duo right here. We're just going to kind of fall in behind them. Again, they're looking for fish on live scope out in the middle of the river, throwing at individual fish, and we've seen so many fish this morning. I've got my live scope on, and we'll try to show you here in just a little bit what these guys are actually looking at. Just trying to stay out of the way, but we are in, and you can see this boat coming at us here to the left of Zeke and John. Like, we're in the middle of the river channel. We're up the river. There's no current. There's bait everywhere, and you can see, I mean, here comes this boat. This boat's trying to navigate down, and all these guys, you can see there are 3, 4, I can see 5 tournament boats within sight of where we're at, and this guy's going to stop right here as well, this other team. But again, between the channel markers, middle of the river, we're in 60 feet of water, and you can see bait balls on live scope. You can see fish on live scope. If I get Jared to pan in right here, is a great look. Here's a fish on some bait right here. You can see him. He's actually in the bait now. But that bait ball goes from the surface all the way down to 10 feet of water, and you have probably a spotted bass, I'm guessing, right in the middle of it. But again, zero current. Not been a lot of rainfall in this area, so the water is clearer than it normally is this time of year. And that's what, Zeke and John are Coosa River experts. And Zeke was saying it's a combination of things. It's the cooler nights we've seen in the last few days. It's the abundance of bait, the lack of current, kind of creating this situation where these fish are grouping up in the middle of the river because they can. The bait's not pushed into the bank because there's no current, and the fish can just swim with ease right with the bait out in the middle of the river. It's not a typical bass fishing scenario you think about, or that you would have thought about, say, 10 years ago before forward-facing sonar became a thing in our sport, and really taught us so much about bass behavior. You got to think 10 years ago, this has probably been a bank beating tournament. Who can catch the most under docks, or swimming a jig, or maybe some schooling fish on a flat, that type thing. But with this technology, you're able to chase down these suspended bass that we just never could before. And you can see Zeke and John are just standing on the trolling motor, wide open, just scanning, looking for one to throw at. They've already got a limit in the boat, unofficially 11 pounds. That's the first limit. We've talked to several teams this morning. That's the first limit that we've heard of, with Mitch Mitchell and Candler McCollum. That was the first fish catch Jared and I had even seen this morning until we got to this area talking to Zeke and John. And then another boat, I'm not sure who they are, just in the distance, we watched them box a keeper doing the exact same thing that Zeke and John are doing. So we're going to do our best to try to keep up with him. You can see he's everywhere on the trolling motor, man. There's one thing for sure running this pattern, you better have great ProGuide batteries to power your electronics to get a clean signal, and you better have ProGuide lithium trolling motor batteries if you're going to stand on them like this all day long. I think we're going to get an update from Mr. Matt Lee down the lake. Matt, how's it going down there?
Yeah, we pulled up. We're here on Lolly and Lolly. Some Hayden guys that are down in Darien's neck of the woods. We're right here at the Narrows, and it's just one of those. We're not far away from here with Anaya, and we didn't have service, so I'm pulling back out here just to kind of see as we make our way back up, the fog's cleared. They just came down here and caught one, but I know there's a lot of boats in this area, so it's kind of like I'm just trying to make as many stops as I can and just see where some action's going on. But I was listening to Luke, and yeah, when I was on the kid born in 2007, unbelievable. The trolling motor on 100, and it seems like maybe that'll be a deal. Fisher and Ryan definitely weren't just burning. They were a little bit more methodical, but I have seen that from a few people this morning. But I still haven't seen one boat or somebody doing something that really thought was standing out, or somebody really catching them this morning. And I think it's going to be calm all day today. I didn't remember the weather report I got from Mr. Darien earlier, but it could, I don't know, it's going to be interesting how it plays out. Yeah, I mean, when I was on, I think it was in Neely Henry, we had that big storm that was supposed to come through right about the time check-in, and you just thought like later in the day it was going to play, and today it's getting calm, post front, bluebird skies. Yeah, even if you find them on the forward facing, you don't have to really force feed them. Maybe you throw out 1 million of them to get them to bite. But I'm going to see if we see anybody we recognize that runs through here in a minute. Cold boat's heading our way, so we're just standing by. And thanks everybody for tuning in. I know I got some numbers in the 150. I know that's got to be because Luke Duncan's with us today. We're getting those big numbers on the social channels, and we really appreciate y'all tuning in, and we'll try to get you some fish catches here soon. Lolly and Lolly pulled right back up to this really, I mean, they ought to catch one right here, so it's a high percentage point. Let's see if they make it happen.
Matt, you were talking about Fisher and I standing on that trolling motor. I can't stress to the viewers at home how fast Zeke Gossett and John Keller are scoping right now in the middle of the river. Like I've got my trolling motor on like 15 out of 20 and can't keep up. And they're just zigging and zagging. Like it is truly something to watch.
Yep. Or are they not, they're in the middle of the river. They're not, so like where I saw the brothers at, they were staying timber out in front of like a bluffy bank, but where they're at, they're out in space looking.
Yeah, they're truly in the middle of the river channel, between the channel poles. And there are several doing this. There are several boats in this stretch, and when you look on live scope, you realize why. There's a lot going on out here right now. And I think it's just a matter of triggering some of these to bite. But you're seeing, I mean, I'm constantly seeing fish. I'm jonesing to throw a freeloader around. I'm not gonna lie. If I didn't think that it would be frowned upon, these little blobs swimming by are just making me foam at the mouth here.
Yeah, there's definitely something to that, because I've not seen a group of boats like you've seen, and I've not been looking at my sonar to really see what was around me, but it just doesn't seem like, it seems like you're around an area that kind of everybody was looking for, that, or a lot of, everybody was looking for that only so many people found out about, and you've already seen some fish catches, 11 pounds, so, where Fisher and Ryan are, could be really good. They don't have them yet, but they're not by themselves, but there may be one other boat around, but it's not crowded, I'll say that, so it's not as crowded as I thought it was going to be down here. I thought you drive down the lake and see one area kind of like where you're at, where you would see 10 boats in a stretch. You knew something was happening, and that's not the case so far where I'm at.
Well, a lot of the pre-tournament talk was that area that area you're in, Matt, and Darian's in, that was talk. We heard, especially coming out of the meeting, that was going to be the popular area, that was going to be crowded, and I didn't expect this upriver area to have this many boats in it, but man, we have seen, I'm going to say 20 in a very short stretch. I mean, we've covered, and we've stopped on several teams.
Yeah.
We've not covered a couple miles of the river so far up here. We've not even made it to the steam plant yet.
Yeah, that's where I'm at, the Narrows looking south. I could see maybe a quarter mile, and I can see 2 boats down through there. And right here at the Narrows, maybe 2 boats. And that, yeah, that's not what we talked about before. And last night was, you would not have thought that. So it's, yeah, I look up a ways. I can probably see a quarter mile. I see one area that's got 3 boats in it, so that'll be. We'll kind of keep moving around and see if there's something that. Yeah, that's surprising that there's that many boats where you're at, and in that little small area.
And we've also seen Matt on the tracker some of the teams that we were, focused in on coming into the event. We talked about in our live meeting, your CJ Knight, Anthony Goggins, ABT Anglers of the Year in the South there. You got Josh Butt, Stephen McAvoy, Adamson and Lloyd. So many teams on our tracker that are way up above where we are that made a really long run up the river. And, we were talking to Goggins and Knight filming the Best of TV show on Wednesday night, and they must have called an audible because they really acted like that lower end of the lake might be, and they could have just been throwing us a curve, but looking at the tracker today, they are a long ways from beeswax.
Yes, it does seem like it, I don't know, it makes you seem like that way up river around beeswax or way down the river. And there's stuff that happens in between, but I know in the past tournaments that have been here, the couple of championship events at this lower end has been where you needed to be. And it maybe it's one of those deals where it's above where you're at is where it's gonna, maybe the little bit of current that you're gonna have up there. I mean, do you have any at all that's moving, or?
No, it's 0, and I don't think they're forecast to run any. I mean, yesterday I know it was 0 CFS for a big part of the day when I was checking Alabama Power there online. So it's not a lot.
Yeah, that's.
You can run around in circles and make more current than Alabama Power is.
Yeah, that's one thing here I've not done is like fished up the river with, a little bit, but not much without any current at all moving.
Well, whether you're on the Coosa or you're on the Tennessee River, any river really, that current's going to position the fish when there's a lot of it, right? It's going to position the bait, it's going to position the fish, and it really, if you had a lot of current, this pattern that these guys are running out in the middle would be non-existent because most likely the fish, if there was a strong current, they couldn't hold out here, just in the dead middle of the river.
They just caught them one.
Wouldn't be ideal for them.
They just hooked up right here, Lolly and Lolly, and it was we stayed away from him, but he's holding it up.
Here's a
good one.
There's a good look at where these guys are fishing right in the middle of the river channel. Boats running right through. Everybody's being safe this morning, paying attention, but it's, there's so many teams fishing in the middle of the river. It's a strange sight.
But 132, Lolly and Lolly, representing Hayden, Alabama, they just put a good one in the boat, and they went around a rocky point and got to a row of grass and started swimming a jig and hooked up. It looked like a good spotted bass, which that is typical Coosa River, where they catching a spotted bass or swimming a jig, but We're gonna sneak in there. We drifted away, didn't want to get too close. I don't want to get in these guys' way, but I like it. Solid fish catch. Solid one from Lolly and Lolly. Maybe there'll be something to that too, because we're not going to have much shade, much cover with this bright skies, and getting a bite just on the edge of this a really thick Coosa River grass here, which you see that grass is so different all over the lake. Really thin in places, really thick. Some places will be matted. Here we got a laydown that's mixed in with it, but it's on a steep bank, and it's kind of the opposite of what Luke was talking about, being out in the middle. They were up there on the edge of it, not using the forward facing, and we'll get a little update on them. I said that was a spotted bass like it. What did we catch there? It looked like a good one. What was it?
3-pound head.
It was a head. I couldn't tell if it was a spot or a largemouth. 3-pounder, 3-pound largemouth. That's what I'm talking about. Make me want to pull out my swim jig.
I'd rather have this in our hand than a shaking head and a jig, or regular jig.
Yes. Did the first one keep that you caught earlier, or no? So that's y'all's first. That's y'all's first keeper right there. Yep. So they got one in the boat now, but when you catch one that's 3-pounders, you don't have to worry about getting rid of. So. That's something else out here. They could be spotted bass, largemouth, they're all in the same. It's very spotted bass looking, especially even for Lake, and a lot deeper bank, rock, grass mixed in, but it's good. seeing some more boats that are making their way down the lake. I wonder if just they're making their way on down, or the fog's lifted, so they decided to move. But there's more heading south than there is heading north. So let's see. I'm catching another one, maybe right up here on the next point coming up. I fished the ABT 100 here, and it was a big cold front, and swim jig won that deal. And it's just time and time again, it is such a player out on the Coosa River and Lay Lake. One interesting thing about Lay is that the water level, it seemed like every lake's a little bit different. Like if you go to Logan Martin and they have that winter drawdown, and then at Lay Lake they don't, so the water stays up in this Coosa grass. And gosh, I wish.
Old fluke fish right there.
This is a little bit challenging too for the anglers, because you just have that change in weather, because you don't have anything that's really stable in the week of practice. To kind of, the fish are probably changing every day, and water temps drop, and you get a calm bluebird sky. It'll push them more into cover grass probably than they are on other days. And I mean, fishing in general is different every day. You got to adjust, but I could see it being it's just calm and just bright skies, cold mornings, being somewhere where heavier cover, maybe flipping some of this, being able to swim a jig. I like it. I don't know. I mean, maybe that deal off the bank would still be able to win doing that. And people surprise you all the time at just the quality. I know for me, it's just the quality of fish that they can catch doing that. I would think that if the weather's like it is, it makes it really tough to, you maybe start out with 11 pounds, but just to get to the high teens out here with glass and no current, and it's, I think you'd have to coal up fishing summer shallow. I don't know. I don't think it's in all the way. I hadn't even checked it yet. Yeah, it's probably rust back here that's opened it up on us. Anybody have any questions, feel free to shoot them. I don't want to move around. They just caught a 3-pounder. I just want to stay with them for a minute and see what we got. It's kind of interesting that I did just see Anaya and Fisher was out looking in the open water, and then Ryan threw up close to the grass on some of that wood that's out in front that you see on this lower end. There'll be standing timber out in front of the grass, and saw him miss one maybe, and then he did catch one, and it was the first cast he stood back up and then pulled these guys, and they catch one right here on the edge of the grass. Maybe something to it. We'll see. And I think we're up in that 225 range on YouTube now, and gosh, they must have known that Luke Duncan was going to be with us today to get numbers like that. I mean, and they're not even getting to hear from him right now. I mean, there's going to be some real disappointed fans, but we will try our best to get you Duncan on live here soon. Another boat, 2 more heading south towards the dairy, and I don't know if he even knows because his service is getting spotty, but come on, swim another one real quick. They're swimming a jig now. They were fishing a lot of that rocky, shaky head jig out a little bit farther and caught that one, and maybe it'll clue them into something. Something to take them home with. I did see Fisher and Ryan were off in the distance, and they might have moved to the next pocket down, but I think they're still in this general area. Somebody was asking on that somebody was taking a leak on live. That was my boat. I believe that my plug is about 3/4 of the way in, and it probably was semi-frozen open, but luckily on my boat I have a quick switch, so I don't have to go swimming to put my plug in or take it out, so we're all good. We are not going to sink. We got another Ranger heading south. It is going to get crowded down there. I would say typically out here the swimming jig deal is not a numbers, you're just going to catch a bunch and they got to end up. It's kind of a feast or famine, and by not being, fishing at a ton, having a lot of confidence, you don't really know if you're going to get 3 bites the next couple hundred yards or go forever without the next one. So hopefully Lolly will get a couple of more bites, get some confidence, and keep catching a few like that one they just caught. They got a lot of time today, so I think the weather's going to play in their favor as much as anybody, and maybe they can strike one out for the bank guys with throwing a swim jig and be a lot cooler than what Duncan's doing, you know. But we will be right back with you. We are probably going to keep watching, see if they catch one. In case you missed it, the one fish catch they had just a minute ago on a swim jig, not out in the middle of the lake. There is action on the bank as well, and we will be back in just a minute. Alabama Bass Trail. The championship event is on Lay Lake, and it is a beautiful day.
Live coverage of the Alabama Bass Trail is brought to you by Garmin, Power Pole, Big Bite Baits, Mountain Dew, Yamaha.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Here at Landers McClarty Chevrolet, it's time to pick your offer on a new Chevy Silverado 1500. That's right, pick the offer that's best for you. Choose rates as low as 2.9% for 72 months, or how about up to $12,000 off all Silverados? They have the best selection in years with over 500 pre-owned vehicles available. Big store, big on savings, and big on customer service. Visit LandersMcClartyChevrolet.com.
Some things ain't worth keeping. Yesterday's traditions, today's adventures, tomorrow's memories. Now that's something worth keeping. Fish Alabama and find your keeper.
For more information, visit fishalabama.org.
Things you let me see. Things you let me see.
If you've been at Jack's as long as I have, you know what gets people in Mobile excited. Bacon! We're putting a whole heap of bacon on our new Ultimate Barbecue Bacon Burger. 6 slices of crispy hardwood smoked bacon with 2 all-beef patties, cheese, and our tangy Southern barbecue sauce. Y'all, that's a lot of bacon.
Oh, I can handle it.
It's Bacon Mania with our new Ultimate Barbecue Bacon Burger. Or try our classic Big BLT or our Chicken BLT today. I'm Carrie Jackson, and I'm all about the South.
Welcome back to the Alabama Bass Trail Live Studio here on the banks of Lay Lake. You are looking at Beeswax Park. What a phenomenal job by our team this morning, getting everyone in the water. You know, a full packed parking lot at a boat ramp is a nice thing to see. That means an economic impact to the great area of Columbiana and Shelby County. Thankful for them being our host this week. Discover Shelby, Alabama being our host. Appreciate them and everything that they've done to accommodate us for this week. We had a great meeting last night at the Shelby County Arts Center. Really phenomenal facility and a great way for them to host big events like the Alabama Bass Trail Championship. Just looking at some of the teams that we highly expected to be effective out here. The bite is kind of tough this morning. The colder temperatures. Last weekend it was 82, 85 degrees in some areas in the state of Alabama. Started off in the 60s. This morning the low was 42. The high today is right at that 70-degree mark. The fish are probably a little confused. I think I am too. I will say, calling those boat numbers out today, it took a little while for my fingers to get the feeling back in those. But you are looking at the Coosa River. Current temperature is 50 degrees, water temp 71. Sunny and a light breeze at 2 miles per hour. So we're going to get back out on the water with Mr. Matt Lee. He is with Sean Lawley and Davey Lawley. They just boated a 3-pounder. We'll see if they're back at it and if they've got any more in the boat. Matt?
Yes, we are back with Lawley and Lawley, and they are. There's hope for bass fishing after all. We are not out in the middle of the lake. We are up swimming a jig in grass, and we just saw them catch a 3-pounder before break, and it's fun to see that bite, and I hope they get a couple more here. And I had questions like, have we seen people just throwing a spinnerbait around the grass? And I think really this morning, like a lot of mornings, I would say, is people are always trying to figure out what bait they're on. And we did not see a lot of quality fish catches this morning. We saw a few that were smaller, but that kind of tells you that a lot of people are still searching. So there was we saw spinner baits, but they would mix in a jerk bait. They would be throwing a swim jig, throwing a buzz bait, and it seemed like a lot of people were just kind of throwing the kitchen sink at them to try to get a clue. And then finally, of course, we pulled up here and watched them for a minute, Lolly and Lolly, to catch a 3-pounder, and we haven't seen them throw anything but a swim jig here for the last, I would say, 20, 30 minutes. So maybe they're getting a clue that's kind of keeping them dialed in on one bait. Another thing that I think definitely, I've talked about swim jigs and how everybody on the Coosa River's got, locals will have their secret color. I mean, they might have a pink trailer on a green pumpkin bait they swear by, or somebody will throw a white or a bluegill colored one. And I think in a lot of scenarios in fishing, you wonder what they're trying to imitate. And that Coosa River grass, for anybody that hasn't fished it, is, in a lot of areas, is almost like, it is thick like a pad stem. You know, sometimes you hook a pad stem, and if you're throwing a spinnerbait or something on, and it's not on braided line, you can break it off. That pad stem is so tough. And that Coosa River grass in a lot of places is just as, it is brutal, thick, tough grass that grows on this river system, especially this lake. And I think it imitates, it's just a awesome place for a fish to have something to get up against to feed. And I think it just provides an area for all the bait fish to hide in too. You see those bait fish that are out just roaming in the middle of the river, and you'll have that pretty much anywhere you go. But I think on certain days, certain conditions, there's no shade line, there's not much cover on a lot of banks, and that thick grass that grows here, and it grows out pretty, I guess that 6-8 foot range in places. And so it, yeah, a lot of it's up shallower, but it just really gives a fish a place to ambush. And I think, to answer your question, that was a long way to say it imitates pretty much everything. Like I fished a lot growing up on Guntersville. Everybody's the red crankbaits, and it's just kind of weird that you would throw a crankbait. Usually you would think it's a shad imitation, but it's red, so it's imitating crawfish. And I think more it's the fish just reacting to a certain color. So I think that swim jig is a perfect presentation for that grass because it is so weedless, and you're able to fish it over in the grass, on the edge. You can swim it down below the surface, on the surface, and not get hung up. And it also gives a real reaction for those fish where they just see something moving water, moving the grass up above them, and they just react and try to eat it. And I think to me, it's more about the bait and how you can fish it so effectively on the edge of that grass. Down in front of them, you see there's a heron, blue heron, that's sitting there over in the grass waiting to nibble on some stuff. Maybe see him but there's bluegill, crawfish, there's shad, there's a mix of all of it. And I think the fish just use it as an ambush spot on the lake, and it's such a good type of cover for the fish. That was a long ramble. I hope that made sense to somebody. I feel like Luke Duncan over here. Moving a little bit closer. You can tell that they just very rarely get hung up, and that I'd say a lot of those fish are feeding up. I mean, that bait grass can be really shallow in places, and I flip it a lot when I fish it, but also you just can't cover the water that you can with a swim jig. And if you're throwing a spinner bait or a jerk bait, it gets real tedious on how you got to throw it to fish it effectively and not get hung up all the time. I mean, with a spinner bait, you're throwing down the edge of it, but you're not able to throw it over in it. And a lot of times your bites might come over in it. Was that 3-pounder, was it right there on the edge on the outside? Did it come up and roll on it, smoke it? Yeah, that's awesome.
About 3 foot.
Yeah. Why couldn't that just happen every time you throw it up there?
I know. That's what they're saying. They're eating it too good for not to be more consistent.
Yeah, yeah.
But you may catch one there and go for it.
Yes.
You know,
Yeah. Yep.
but quality fish like this, you can't leave them behind.
Oh yeah. He was saying that for the bites they had, like that bite was so good that it was, I mean, just almost like you're getting bit on a topwater popping frog up there. Like as soon as it hits and goes by them, he ate it, rolled on it on the surface, first twitch after he made his pitch, and for them to be biting it that good, you think it's something they really. You really need to, I mean, that's the deal. But then you could go forever and not get another bite. You really just don't know. And kind of goes back to what I said about it not being a numbers thing. A lot of times you're not catching a million and then trying to call up. It is really could be a feast or famine. And I've gotten beat, like Shane Powell's another guy I saw this morning that he went to college with me at Auburn, and he's known for throwing it, and he just throw it all day. And when it came to the end of the day, time for weigh-in, it's tough to beat him. But you could go try to do it the next time out, and you got to have a lot of confidence in throwing it a lot of times because you're not getting that many bites. That one, I keep going back to the ABT 100 that I did fish. I don't think they caught but like 6 that day, and it's just really, for me, not being as much of I would say fishing this as much, it's hard for me to have that kind of confidence to know that who's to say I'm not going to catch 3 instead of catching 6. And it's really, that's where it kind of plays into somebody's favor that spend a lot of time here. I know we're watching like Kiker on Neely Henry and throwing a popping frog on little points of grass and just running it all day. You gotta kind of have, you either gotta make that confidence up or have it because you're local there, or you just kind of decide in your mind. And it's easy for a fisherman, you just kind of can talk yourself out of something or into something, you know. That's the mind game part of fishing that can lead you down the right path or talk about what ifs. They're coming to the end of some grass though, and there's places like the patch up in front of them, there's just a little patches, but they'll probably end up moving here in a minute, just because this next section is not have as much grass, and we'll probably end up moving too and seeing if we can find a little group like Duncan had that had some people in one area and see what's going down. I would say, one comment we had was, would you return to the spot where you caught a 3-pounder? So that is a question that I don't know that there's really a right answer to. I would say right where they caught that fish, if I can get Russell, if you pan back around to where that fish was caught at, if you get a view from here, I mean, it is the most obvious point on this smallest end of the lake, and there is one patch that grass starts right where they got that bite. So with a place that's obvious, I would go to it and give it another throw. And I don't think there's a right answer how long you let it rest before you do. I don't think it takes you long to fish it. I think one thing too with the forward facing, like everybody talks about fishing out in the middle of the lake, but I think when you get good with it, or not that I'm that good with it, but I find myself a lot of times when I hook a fish, even if I'm not using the forward facing, I'm looking, like let's just say I'm even offshore at grass at Gunnersville, I'm looking, panning over to where I'm reeling that fish in to see if there's any with it. And that kind of, a lot of times in grass or this bank grass, you can't see the fish really well when they're just sitting up there, but you're reeling one in, you'll have others following it. And I try to do that sometimes. I know we just got done fishing smallmouth country up north, and it's notorious. They'll hug the bottom, you can't really see them, and you reel one in and you pan over, and actually looking in the water, even with it being clear, you don't see but one, but you can see on that forward-facing sonar, you can see them 3 or 4 with it. So I think it kind of just depends on how the day goes, whether you go back to places that you got bites at. I think when it's really obvious places where you pulled up on a bank and you're like, we ought to get a bite right there, and you do, there's a reason for it, and you're probably worth hitting again, especially if you're going by there, you're fishing near there, and it doesn't take you long to fish it. So, good question, and I can't give you just a straight up answer, but I hope that helped. And I haven't like, somebody asked about flukes in the grass. I haven't seen a lot of people that just kind of went to that finesse range and yet. I guess to me, I feel like I'm notorious for going there too fast. I mean, I'll be throwing some, I catch myself where I'm throwing some kind of wacky worm up to the grass, and I really just should be, the guy will be catching them on a spinnerbait, and there's no reason for me to be finessing like I am. But I think as the day goes on, you just see fishermen that they'll finesse as the day goes on, and they just need a limit. And it's hard you don't see a lot of fishermen start out that way. But Luke, talking about finesse, somebody that's famous for throwing super tiny stuff on light line, the Luke Duncan is joining us back again. Luke, the people on the show, our count got up to like 250 on YouTube, and they were screaming, "Where's Luke Duncan?" So I'm glad you're back with us now.
Well, Matt, Luke Duncan is glad to be back with you. We ran way up the river, and we have caught up with boat number 5, Josh Butts and Stephen McAvoy, former champions in this championship. Just a couple years ago down at Lake Jordan, they got 2 fish in the boat, running and gunning right now, throwing a buzz bait, throwing a vibrating jig around. And Josh was telling us when we pulled up that he had just missed 2 really nice fish standing on the trolling motor, and he says they're going to keep the pedal down for the rest of the day. And one of those typical fall patterns you see, just running and gunning, throwing a buzz bait, that we haven't seen that much this morning, but they are covering some water, and these guys are dangerous. And yet again, one of those teams that could be our first ever 2-time championship winners.
What about the tiny popping frog? You seen Butts pull that one out yet?
Listen, you can't speak of that, Matt Lee. Josh Butts will come to your house.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Blame it on Darian. I didn't say anything.
Butts, Matt Lee's giving away all your secrets on live right now, just so
He's giving away all the secrets?
all the secrets, buddy. Like waypoint, he's selling your waypoints right now on live.
Oh,
Well, we know who's not Matt Lee's friends. Thanks, Luke. Luke, that last trip took you long enough. Did you lock up to Neely Henry on that last one, or did you just make it up to the dam?
I might as well be up there. I might as well be up there right now.
Unbelievable. Hey, tell him Darian said it. Hey, just so you know, Matt Lee's telling everybody. We got 1,000 people on YouTube. He just told all your secrets. Yeah, we got a flat tire at the ramp.
Matt Lee also wanted me to make sure that you thought that was Darian giving away your secrets.
Yeah, see, Darian's the one that will give away secrets.
Hey, Josh, he said that Darian is definitely the one that'll give away the secrets. Butts knows Darian don't give it away. He'll give away the goods.
We're about to make a move. I can't. I just got thrown into the bus.
going to take off down the lake, and we're going to take you on an adventure here with Josh Butts and Stephen McAvoy. And you can see we are moving on. I got the trolling motor cooking over here in my boat and trying to keep up with these guys as they burn down the bank. 2 keepers in the boat so far. Josh said they've had a couple missed opportunities, so hopefully they can get things worked out and catch a couple big ones on that buzzbait.
Hey, tell Matt he needs to get on Dunkin' Butts with us one time. That would be fun.
He's running around to the next spot. I'll tell him when he gets there. Josh Butts wanted to make sure that Matt Lee needs to be a guest on the Dunkin' Butts podcast, one of the hottest crazes in bass fishing, from what I've been told. Matt Lee says that he would do the Josh Butts show, but he's not doing the Dunkin' Butts show.
Oh, no.
That's what he said.
That's no fun.
It's no fun at all. You guys gonna make a move?
Huh?
You gonna make a move?
Yeah. Not too far.
Okay. We'll,
Rocks and grass. Rocks and grass.
rocks and grass. We'll follow you guys.
All right. Yeah, follow us for a little bit.
You got 2 good ones?
No, little. We
2.
had 3 big bites already. They just ain't getting it.
Stephen, if he just slow down a little bit.
Hey, they've been eating it. They're not eating it. Yeah. Who knows?
Maybe it'll get right.
We need 3 big bites.
Got
We
a
didn't choke it.
A lot of time left. They're going to make a move, and we're going to chase them and catch back up with Butts and McAvoy.
The Alabama Bass Trail, brought to you by Halo Fishing, Net Bait, Bait Fuel, Snag Proof.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
We truly love the sport of fishing.
that's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Here at Landers McClarty Chevrolet, it's time to pick your offer on a new Chevy Silverado 1500. That's right, pick the offer that's best for you. Choose rates as low as 2.9% for 72 months, or how about up to $12,000 off all Silverados? They have the best selection in years with over 500 pre-owned vehicles available. Big store, big on savings, and big on customer service. Visit LandersMcClartyChevrolet.com.
Nobody wants to run out of power when they're on the water. There is a better way. Introducing the Charge Marine Power Management Station from PowerPole that does the work of 3 devices: a traditional battery charger, a charge on the run, and an emergency start system. PowerPole Charge.
Let's go!
Ooh, I love it.
Let's go. I think we should catch more.
She got it good too. T-boned it.
Let's go!
I love it.
Cheers!
Let's go.
If you've been at Jack's as long as I have, you know what gets people in Mobile excited. Bacon! We're putting a whole heap of bacon on our new Ultimate Barbecue Bacon Burger. 6 slices of crispy hardwood smoked bacon with 2 all-beef patties, cheese, and our tangy southern barbecue sauce. Y'all, that's a lot of bacon.
Oh, I can handle it.
It's Bacon Mania with our new Ultimate Barbecue Bacon Burger. Or try our classic Big BLT or our Chicken BLT today. I'm Carrie Jackson, and I'm all about the South.
Welcome back to the Alabama Bass Trail Live Studio on the banks of Lay Lake at Beeswax Landing. You're looking over the blast off earlier this morning over a fog, a light fog over Lay Lake. A beautiful morning for a tournament. We had a big flag thanks to the Columbiana Fire and Rescue Department. They were here displaying our flag for us today during the national anthem. It's a really cool event. I know there was a lot of posting on social media from our anglers and spectators around. So we do thank the Columbiana Fire and Rescue for being here to assist us with that. Hopefully they'll be back with us tomorrow. Had a little bit of fog, but we were able to get everyone out on time. 6:45 blast off this morning. 171 teams did qualify for this event. Let's talk a little bit about weigh-in. Weigh-in starts at 3 o'clock today at Beeswax Landing. There's no bleachers here, so if you're wanting to come to the weigh-in, feel free to bring your lawn chairs, blankets. Virtually no rain this past week. However, in the area in front of the stage, it does get a little bit wet with guys bringing their fish and all of that, and the boats emptying their live wells. So a blanket may not be your best option long term, but if you want to bring your lawn chairs, have a seat, enjoy the weigh-in with us, come up and say hi. We'd love to see you. We have a great team that'll be here, but weigh-in does start at 3 o'clock here at Beeswax Landing, and that's today and tomorrow on Saturday. We will also be doing live coverage on the water tomorrow from 6:45 until 11 a.m. So make sure that you tune in there. That's plenty of time to tune in to live and then go catch your favorite team that plays football. So in the South, football is king in the fall, and we understand that. But we're going to give away over $100,000 tomorrow. 50,000 going to first place. So it's going to be a lot of fun, going to be an exciting time on the Alabama Bass Trail as we crown our 11th champion. Talking about crowning the 11th champion, I can't sit here today without thinking about my great friend, Mr. Terry Tucker, who was our 2023 champion last year with Mr. Jeremy Green. Terry is going through some really, really tough medical conditions and illnesses right now, and our hearts and our thoughts and our prayers are with him and his family. Terry, we miss you. We wish you were here. I have a feeling you're probably watching behind the scenes, and I hope you are. We certainly miss you and hope to see you again soon. Also want to send out our thoughts and prayers to everyone affected by the hurricanes. Miss Angela Cross, one of our employees here living in that Orlando, Tampa area, has seen that damage firsthand. Daniel Montgomery, one of our employees here at the Alabama Bass Trail, has spent the last 13 days doing storm recovery and rebuilding electricity, power stations, and all of that throughout the Southeast. And so hats off to him. He's one of our local heroes out there doing the good work. So praying for everyone that was affected in those tragic storms, and we know that the recovery is going to be a long-term thing, and we're just praying for you and let you know that you've got friends here in Alabama. Alabama Bass Trail has 13 anglers from 13 states that fish with us, so we're not just an Alabama trail. We have a lot of friends in neighboring states, and so our hearts and thoughts and prayers go out to you. We're going to go ahead and get back out on the water. I think Matt is on a new team, so we're going to get back out and let him tell you who he's covering, and I think maybe Luke is back with Josh Butts and Stephen McAvoy, so we're going to get back out on the water. Matt, who are you with, and do they have any fish in the boat?
Yep, we got Lee Brown, LJ Brown, 101. He said that, I said, I'm going to follow y'all around for a second. They got 4 little ones, and he said, maybe I'll show you, maybe we'll make some TV. And then he caught one immediately, so I liking it. On cue. I have to figure out kind of what they're targeting. They got a limit that, I don't think they got, they didn't say, but just see them catch their 5th one right here. It's 9:30, I like it. What are you, are y'all, is there a little bit of grass out here in front of it? Is that? Yeah, stumps. Yeah. How deep is it right there where y'all? Yeah. They catching fish. Not everybody can say that. I mean, there's always somebody that's killing them, but I run around and just try to find somebody that's going to catch one. You notice the water temp, how much is it falling, or?
68, I know 10th day is like 73.
Yeah.
Okay.
So he's saying that's kind of the first update we got on water temp wise.
Let's go.
Well, he got a fish on him?
What an eat, man.
He said the water temp looks 68 right here where they're at, and he's seen 73, so earlier in the week, so it's, yeah, it definitely is falling. And he said size, it just catch the wrong size, so, all right. I feel like that's just something you're gonna see a lot of today, and then a couple key ones are gonna matter. Luke, let's get another update from Luke way up there, somewhere way up the river.
Well, we just pulled back. We're not far from a highway, so I apologize for the road noise. But we just pulled up on McAvoy and Butts. Josh throwing a buzzbait, had an absolute awesome blow up from a nice spot. Got it in the boat. So keeper number 3 for Duncan Butts, right there, McAvoy Butts, host of the Duncan Butts podcast. Throw that thing over here again. Let us get a look at it, Josh. Come on, throw it right here. Let's see it. Let's see it. Oh, he said he ain't got time for that. They got their life jackets on. These guys are absolutely running and gunning. And matter of fact, after we... Sounds like fish are starting to bite a little bit.
Yeah, you need to step it up, Luke, because we're coaling over here.
Heck yeah. You know, Matt, that fog's burned off. I said earlier, I'm kind of superstitious about fishing in the fog. I always feel like they don't bite as well. I've always thought that. I just hate fishing in the fog. And it's burning off. We're starting to get some shade lines on some of these banks. That's what McAvoy and Butts are targeting here. Maybe things are starting to heat up.
Hey, Luke, I will say that there is hope for bass fishing, and you will like to hear this too, is that I did see one good one caught on a swim jig, and I'm watching them catch them on a rattle trap right now. Go ahead. One time.
Well, that's like Josh Butts with a buzzbait, son. We're all about it.
Ask Butts why he's not out there in the middle. He thought he'd be out there in the middle.
He don't have enough line on his rod.
Big open water guy.
Yeah.
$256 on YouTube. Thanks for joining in. They know Luke's live now. Calling out.
That's all Josh Butts and a buzzbait. That's bringing in the viewers. Everybody wants to see a buzzbait bite. We got to see a great one right there.
If Darian could come back in, we might get a 256,000. That's just, oh gosh, there he comes. Oh, he just had one thump him again right here. We might be bringing the luck in.
That should have just been a bite right there. Goodness gracious. Shade line, big lay down right here on the river. Oh, I think they're gonna make another move just a short distance. We're gonna try to keep up with them here. Matt will be back in just a minute for the buzzbait show.
you know that it's always, you just got to pour mouth them a little bit. Talk about how small they are. That's when, usually I don't bring the luck, but usually if I ever just talk bad about them, then you just randomly hook a giant.
Not very optimistic.
That's all right. I go travel around with Jesse Wiggins. I just learned to just let him. He just is that way. There's no talking him out of it. He likes to pretend he's never going to ever get a bite, and somehow he catches everything that swims, so I'm used to it.
We're catching a lot more numbers today than we've been catching the fish, are just a lot smaller.
I like it though. I mean, who am I? But I would rather be catching a bunch and hope one was big than get 2 bites all day. And they.
Maybe we can call through them.
But that's me. I come in with 9 pounds, but I caught a pile of them. Or at least I got to set the hook. At least y'all don't have to worry about fighting traffic. We're in a big bay creek and not another boat in sight. I like it. Got a little bit of a breeze and it's made them, a little bit of a breeze and it's made them. We pulled up here on Boat 101, Lee Brown, LJ Brown, Hoax Bluff, Alabama, and watched them immediately catch 2. They had 4, caught the 5th one, and then, I mean, it wasn't, as soon as Luke Duncan started giving an update, they caught that next one, coiled up, got rid of one, and I like it. I don't care if they're talking about how little they are or not. That last one wasn't just a baby, and they're catching fish. And just like any bass fishing, you don't know that how everybody else is doing or not, but to be catching fish, we watched them catch 2 in less than 10 minutes. I like it. Little breeze coming in. You can see the ripple in the water compared to where we just were. And I like it. They're fishing out in front of this. This is just a shallow pocket with some stumps around there. Man casting a lipless bait. So, Luke, would we call any more, Luke, or we calling up? We still fighting road traffic?
I'm above the road traffic now, but Josh and Stephen made just a short little move, and we caught back up with them. They're just running these shade lines and standing on the trolling motor, and we're just trying to keep up. But no, not another bite. They got 3 in the boat. We've missed a couple. Josh said a couple nice ones. And of course, fishing the way they're fishing, I mean, power fishing, hoping to catch big ones on a buzz bait, vibrating jigs.
What boat number did y'all say? 105. Oh, okay. I was saying it wrong. We're at 105 here. I totally messed up and pulled up and yelled at him boat number and just totally messed that up. We're at 105. 105 is Ben, Lakey, and Jordan Geehee. And my apologies to Ben and Jordan for giving 101 credit for their fish catches. I pull up, my boat's not wrapped, so I pull up, and the first thing they do is wonder who's pulling in here to cut them off, and then I have to ease up to them and ask who they are politely without getting in their way, and it's a little bit chaotic, so that is. And I tried to like cover up my mic when I screamed at him just then, so I didn't scream in everybody at home's ear when I was asking him. Luke was trying to give a beautiful speech on Josh Butt's presentation of a buzzbait, and I was trying to scream at these guys without getting in the way. But there's a white bass in there.
Matt, I heard you talking about, I think we're having an audio issue. I didn't know if I could talk to you, but I think I'm back with you now, buddy. And it is interesting pulling up on these guys because they're all so tense. They're fishing for big money, and you come rolling up and they're thinking, this guy's fishing to try to get on my spot. You get a lot of dirty looks in the ABT until they realize who it is and that you're not fixing to get out and start casting at them.
Yeah.
Like friendly fire, guys. Friendly fire.
Oh my. If it's a bass, no way it is a tiny one. It might be around a stump. It just popped off. I think he hooked something in the back. Was it a bass?
I don't think it was a bass.
No, I didn't.
It was an 8-pounder, but it was.
It looked awesome at the beginning, and then I saw you starting to second guess it when it just wasn't moving. Yeah, we don't false alarm. I think he hooked something that was not a largemouth bass and foul hooked it, and it had him buttoned up for a minute and then came off, but I'm telling you, these guys got me. No, Luke is 100% right, and then like Kay is always yelling at me in this earpiece, and I pull up and she's just yelling at me, and then I'm trying to sneak in and get close enough to kind of, hey guys, not getting in your way, what boat number, and you know, it's really tough. So my apologies.
I just want to know how in the world that was my fault, Matt Lee.
I didn't know that your mic was on, and first off, okay, I didn't know that you could even respond to my comment. So if somebody behind the scenes made that happen, I'll remember that. But
yeah. You know, it's something about me and boat numbers. Either I give the teams the bad boat numbers and somehow they still win Angler of the Year, and now I've given you a bad boat number. I just got to figure out how I'm blamed for all of this.
I think I'm having mic issues again. Check one. Russell, you having problems? Yeah, he is too.
We got Darian
I'm
coming
jumping
back
in
here. Finally, Darian. Like a wrecking ball.
I'm jumping in. I'm not even getting my welcome in. I'm jumping in. We've got down here where they haven't ever had cell phone service ever. They're still sending. We saw a couple carrier pigeons fly past us and say that Fisher and Ryan and I were out here at the mouth. So we've shot a bunch of TV. Actually, me and Wesley started our own fishing show today, and he's breaking down patterns and teaching me how to catch fish. And it's been a good time. We stopped and had breakfast when we didn't have service, and anyhow, we've seen a lot of fish catches. Unfortunately for our live coverage, y'all have not been able to see this, but it's been a very, I guess, eventful morning. We've covered a bunch of different guys that are down here in the Paint Creek area, back of the creek, and now we're at the mouth with Fisher and Ryan. Just kind of I'll give you about a 30-second recap because Luke hates when I start. Luke hates when you talk too much, and that's one thing I get from Luke is if you start talking too much, Luke gets angry. But we've seen a lot of fish catches on forward-facing sonar, live scoping, little minnow baits. We were on Noah and Cole Godwin for a while. They were catching a bunch of fish, but they didn't have any big ones. We've seen several other boats in this area, and there's all of the trackers are showing the names of the guys that we talked about in the pre-tournament meetings, the guys who you expect that should catch fish from this area. All those guys are in here down in Paint Creek, or it seems like a lot of them in Paint Creek, so we've been able to bounce around. But Fisher and Ryan here at the mouth, they're both live scoping, but they're throwing a little bit of snaky baits. Well, they're throwing different baits than we've seen all day. But I will say, Luke Duncan, I wanted to hear about a buzzbait. I heard that you saw Josh Butts catch one on a buzzbait. No, I just wanted to hear that.
Yeah, I did see Josh Butts catch one on a buzzbait, and right now, Darian, he just had one blow up all over it and absolutely missed it. I mean, just, and I don't know how he missed it, but it was a heck of a bite. Josh, Darian's on live with us right now, and all he wanted to hear was some buzzbait action. And
you can hear it from there and misses.
he said you can probably hear it from there, Darian, and hear the misses. That one absolutely knocked the fire out of it and did not get it.
Luke, earlier, I don't know if anyone could hear me or not, but I was a little disappointed in you earlier, Luke, and I just wanted to discuss it briefly.
Imagine that.
Earlier in the morning, you were talking. Well, you were talking about people that taught you a lot about fishing, and you mentioned that your dad taught you a lot about fishing, and I actually didn't hear you mention my name, and I just wanted to tell the viewers how much I have taught you over the years in fishing, and I was disappointed to not hear my name be brought up.
Well, I apologize, Darian. You indeed taught me everything not to do in bass fishing. If you never want to catch a bass, if you never want to catch one, just do what Darian does. If you want to catch them, just do the opposite of what Darian does. So you did a lot of life lessons from you over the years, buddy.
I'm just helping.
How about the fact
I like to shorten the learning curve. I like to shorten the learning curve.
Film a fishing show.
If I'm showing what not to do.
Darian even made a cast. I want video proof, and that is an automatic DQ because there's.
Hey. Really? What have y'all got in the box? 6 pounds, but a bunch of 12-inch spots. He said we just missed a whack fest, is what was the word that Fisher used.
What about the fact that, like, at Neely Henry, Josh Butts is making a small frog work where a lot of people probably throw a frog, everybody's throwing a frog, but he makes it work that much better. And I've seen a few people throw a buzzbait, haven't seen anybody catch one. What about, that's just that catching them factor that somebody like Josh Butts has, where how many people are going to throw a buzzbait today and never get a bite on it? And he probably doesn't look like he's doing anything out of the ordinary with it or where he's throwing it, but just making it happen. There's something to that.
Listen, there's something to everything Josh Butts does.
It does, yeah.
It's a confidence thing, though, right? With certain anglers, it's definitely a confidence thing, and I think these guys fish so well together. Him and Steven, the way they work together as a team, man, we watch it all the time out here on the Alabama Bass Trail, and like right now, Josh had a trailer issue on his buzzbait, had to swap him, and Steven immediately reaches in the box, grabs in the trailer. They're super doing it on right now. Steven's on it, Josh running the trolling motor on the buzzer. Steven's on a follow-up bait behind him. And they just work so well.
thought we saw him have one knock it, but then he got hung up. It was like he almost got a bite right next to a tree. I'm embarrassed to say my lipless crankbait box, I don't know the last time I really went through
Matt,
that
hang
box.
on a second.
And
Matt, hang on
go
a second.
ahead,
Ryan's got one. He's fighting it. I don't know what he's got. They're not going for the net. That's a 12-inch. That's a 12-inch whack fest. Fisher just gave a half of a fist pump, which means it is a coal, but it is not what they were hunting. That was a half a fist pump.
Do what?
I saw you do a half a fist pump.
Yeah, he's about a half a pound.
Luke, y'all got a fish catch.
There we go. Number 4 for McAvoy and Butts right here. And Dan, we were just shooting a little hit, talking about what they were doing, and right on cue, Josh gets a bite on the buzzard. Not a great big one, but a keeper, man. And when we pulled up, they just had 2. We're working on a limit now, getting close. A lot of time left.
Let's watch that.
These guys are first flight, so they're going to be due back around 3 o'clock. All right, I think we're going to take a look. We were filming a little TV, guys, no live, and we're kind of talking about what these guys were doing. We're going to take a look at that right now, show you the timing of this. Alabama Bass Trail Championship here on Lay Lake, and we have former champs Josh Butts and Stephen McAvoy here. They're throwing a buzzbait, throwing a vibrating jig, going down the bank fishing very fast. We've seen them catch a keeper, had a couple missed opportunities. These guys are definitely a threat to be our first ever 2-time Alabama Bass Trail Championship champs. And you can see he immediately, whenever I got through talking on cue, sets the hook. So thanks to Josh Butts and that fish for making us look like we know what we're talking about every now and then. It is not hard to call a shot for the team like this, but man, you know, this kind of pattern, if you've thrown this topwater all day long, like what Josh is doing, any of you guys watching at home, guys and gals out there, it's high risk, high reward. You're going to get a good many bites if you keep it in your hand all day, but it's a matter of how the fish commit to it. It's a matter of the size when you do get a bite, if you can get them in the boat. But if you keep it in your hand in the right areas, there's a solid chance you're going to get a couple really nice bites before the day's out, and that's what Josh and Stephen are banking on. Again, Josh throwing a buzzbait, Stephen throwing a vibrating jig. Behind him, it's just a 1-2 punch. And they're covering everything in front of them as fast as they can. 4 fish in the boat.
So Luke, they've just still been fishing shallow all morning?
Yeah, they're fishing main river stuff. We're kind of going up in a little cut right now, but they're fishing shade lines primarily on the main river with the trolling motor on high. And from what Josh told us when we first pulled up, rocks and grass. He will actually skip over sections with laydowns there, and we've seen him crank the big motor and idle around stretches with laydowns on it that turn to mud. If it doesn't have rock or some kind of vegetation, he will not cast at it. It's really interesting. I mean, some of this stuff and I'm talking about skip over a stretch that's 50 yards. You know what I mean? Like it's crank the big motor and go around the stretch that a lot of people just fish through to get through the next. He's trying to be as efficient as he can. Really interesting to watch.
That's smart. I mean, we've talked about it before, but when you get dialed in on something like that that's working, oh, Ryan's got one now. Oh, they're going for the net. First time for the net. Little one. Spit a minnow up when he jumped too. Well, Luke, we've talked about that before, but I mean, like you said, when you're that dialed on something and it's working, being that efficient is what it takes to win. Where, you know, a guy like me, you go down a stretch and I'll just fish down there to it, take my time, mosey around, and typically get beat pretty badly by doing that. But those guys know how to win, so when they get dialed in on a specific thing. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Well, I'm gonna stick with Fisher and Ryan.
That's exactly what they're fixing to do. Darian, I'm gonna let you take over, and we're gonna stick it out with these guys if they're not going far.
Yeah, we're still watching these guys, and they're fishing a little bit different. I don't know if we want to fully give up exactly what they're doing, but they are doing something a little bit different than just your standard live scoopers. They're fishing more structure than just fishing over bait and looking for suspended fish. Fisher just turned a little bit and saw something in our direction, and looks like he's going to start heading this way. Oh, he's turning back to where he was when we started. So they're scoot over to this island, so we'll troll over there and just kind of follow them to the island. Walt's boat's got bait fuel on one side and halo rods on the other side. That is sneaky. That might be the sneakiest strategy I've seen yet. You double wrap your boat, you come by on one bank and somebody doesn't know who you are. That's brilliant. Somebody comes in the pocket and they know who you are, you just spin your boat, and I'll just unwrap the other side. Just look like a regular boat. Walt Roberts and Bill Mayo rocking the American Bait Works wrap. Bait fuel, and I got to spend a little time with Walt Roberts in the boat several times on Lake Gunnersville, and Walt is one of the best fishermen I've ever been on a boat with, and he's probably top 2 or 3 that I've ever seen as far as little bitty specific things that he does, tweaking baits and now with bait fuel, obviously adding bait fuel to those baits, but he does a bunch of little sneaky things that I've never seen other people do. And I know they won on Wheeler a few years back, and won on Wheeler a few years back doing something pretty sneaky, and just a very, very good fisherman who understands fish really well. Luke Duncan, you made a little run.
A very little run. It was what I was telling you in that last little breakdown we did right after Josh and Steven landed their fourth keeper, was they were skipping section to just fish that, fish the water they feel so much productive, and they just, again, they made a short little count. They didn't go 100 yards. This is seawalls mixed with riprap, and it's little water willows.
Oh, got one. Sorry to interrupt you, Luke, but Fisher just made quite a little.
All good.
No, it was a really cool move. They were headed one direction. He saw a fish, picked up a different rod, and I don't know what it was. Might have been a jerkbait or something, but he started working the heck out of it and got the fish to react. It looks like it's the way they're acting. It looks like a big one. Let's see. They got the net out. Ryan's holding the net on his knees. Fisher is doubled over, slow fighting this fish, so I imagine it's a good one. Let's see. Yeah, that's a good one. Definitely a call for them. Was that shot pretty good on camera? Did they get to see that pretty well? Yeah. So I don't know if whoever's watching live could see that, but you could see Fisher kind of like totally changes. He saw something on forward facing. He saw a fish, immediately put down the rod he was holding, picked up another rod, and totally changed the presentation. I guess, what do you think? The fish was probably pretty high in the water column or something, and it just got it to. There you go. Finally.
Weighs more than a pound.
What do you think that one weighs?
Just 2.5.
Yeah. So that was probably that new little Maverick jerkbait he likes, the Rapala Maverick jerkbait. But I mean, he picked it up instantly and started working it as fast as he could and hooked up almost immediately. But that's exactly what it takes to when you're live scoping, because you'll see these fish just randomly, you'll get a glimpse of them, and if you miss that, you just totally miss the fish. If you're not looking down, you would have never seen the fish. Anyhow, back to you, Luke. You were giving a really good breakdown of water willow.
No, Darian, I think that a lot can be said for, there are people that think, and you're with a live scope master there, so you're I'm sure one of the best to do it in pro fishing. Going away this year. But I think people, that don't utilize it a lot, they think it's easy, and I think that, like what you just said, making adjustments and paying attention, it's just like fishing the bank, it's just like breaking down cover on the bank with your eyes, with your cast, knowing, being efficient with your cast. It's the same with that forward facing deal. And I think that, people think you just put it on the front of your boat, turn it on, and Josh Putz has a garbage bag on. Let's go. Get it in, Josh. Take your time. Take your time. He's got carpet. It's a piece of carpet Josh Putz Stephen McAvoy, the Mountain Dew big rug of the day right there, guys. Hold it up, loud and proud. Man, that's a nice one, Josh.
That's in live well.
I don't know that that'll weigh in the Crush City weigh-in bag, but bring it up there. John Simpson might let you weigh it in. We'll see. You let me weigh in a dog, so you never know. Everything's trying to get a buzzbait here this morning, from doormats to spotted bass on Lay Lake. Gosh. I couldn't see that, but I heard it. Josh threw back in that little boat stall right there, and it sounded like you dropped a bowling ball off of that pontoon boat on his buzzbait. We couldn't see it because the boat was blocking it, but I mean a bite. See the frustration there. Shade line on that boat slip there. Put that buzzbait right back in there as they were passing it. Man, you never know by the size of the blow up on the size of the fish. Josh is saying he thinks that was a 5-pounder. I could just hear it, Josh, on this side. The boat was blocking it. It sounded big. We could hear it. I couldn't see it.
We said, hey, you need 5 of those bites.
And 8.
Had 8.
I don't know how well you guys can hear them, but they're saying on this plan, kind of like I mentioned earlier, it's high risk, high reward, and we're hoping that you can get 5 of the right size bites in a day. And they were saying, our plan was to get 5 nice bites on a buzzbait. And what Steven said, we've already had 8, and they've only got 4 keepers in the boat, so some misfortune.
Look!
Well, for sure. And we have to get off of Duncan Butts because there's an airplane right now. No big deal. No big deal. Josh, but that looks like Josh, but that looks like the buzzbait. Is that Jason Green? Jason Duran's missing in action today on ABT Live. That could have been him doing a flyby right there. It's taking off now. There you go. I mean, you never know what you're going to see on the Coosa.
He's on plane now, boy.
He's on plane for sure. I'll be honest, running my boat up here, it was kind of cold. That looks like a better way to travel back to Beeswax. Josh, did that fish break you off?
No, when I set the hook, it came back and hit the boat.
Okay, broke the buzz. I couldn't tell. I saw you re-rigging. I didn't know if it actually broke the line. Josh had to take some time to re-rig that big fish at the bed. He set the hook, the buzzbait hit the boat and destroyed the buzzbait. So we had to re-rig everything there for a minute. So. Y'all getting a few bites in practice on that vibrating jig too, Steven? Just that kind of 1-2 punch?
Yeah, I mean, not getting many bites, but getting a few bites. Not a lot you can throw when you're parallel like that.
Oh, yeah. They were talking about, they're paralleling these banks and they're super tight, and that's the beauty of a team tournament. Both partners can stand on the front deck, and there's this ebb and flow of how they work together. And Steven's throwing a vibrating jig, Josh committed to the buzz bait, but I was just asking him there, was that a bite they were getting bait, that vibrating jig, getting a few bites in practice on? He said, yeah, but as he said, there's not a lot you can do with the parallel. And if you were to throw something out of the back and drag it like a shaky hit or a jig, you're going to stay hung up a lot. You're going to break off baits, especially at the rate they're fishing. It's hard to fish a bottom bait like a jig or a shaky hit slow. So it's better just to kind of get on the front deck and just throw a moving bait right beside the buzz bait. The one thing you won't see a lot of people do, if the buzz bait bite is going strong, you won't see two buzz baits side by side, because it is a reaction bite, and sometimes throwing two side by side can cause too much of a commotion.
And a lot of people, somebody's always catching them, but a lot of people struggling.
We've got Matt Lee back with us.
All right, is that right?
Hey, you're not the only one, probably. It ain't easy. I'm gonna go right out here with this.
What's that? Gonna get him and he's gonna go back.
I'm gonna keep bouncing around, see if somebody's got one to hold up at least, so Kate be happy. Y'all catch him up. I'm just gonna go right out here with this guy. This guy seen me catch one a minute ago. Sorry I did that one. Did they put us up on one? Yeah, I thought so. Well, everyone, I'm jumping around like a madman because we don't have a ton of time left. And 125 I pulled up on, and they'd had a real slow morning, and I saw somebody catch one in the distance, so I'm easing over that way to get an update, see if maybe they're catching them up. So hang tight with us for just a second. And who knows, they might have caught one and it was a big stripe, but I'm hustling. Me and Russ are hustling, trying to get y'all somebody wearing them out here. Hang on, Russ. You gotta see. There is that wind. I said earlier about the wind, and it is blowing now, and that definitely is gonna help the bite. A lot more. I just pulled up on that group behind us, and they had that throwing a spinnerbait down some docks, and over here they're throwing a spinnerbait, jerkbait. We're gonna pull up and get an update real quick. Once again, I'm rolling up, and they think I'm cutting somebody off in case yelling at me, but Darian, we're going to get an update from you while I ease up to this group and see what's up. What you got going on?
Yeah,
what you got going on, Darian?
Yeah, we caught up with the Millers, and it's a little bit too windy to even ask them a question right now. But the wind has the wind has picked up, and they are doing their thing, scoping. They're both throwing. They both got a bait caster in their hands, some sort of jerk bait of some sort. Casting right at this grass island. I imagine it drops off pretty quick, right off into the main body of water out here on the main lake. The very mouth of the creek down on the lower end. And I will say that we've got Wesley Gore as our boat captain today, and he has shared. Well, these guys are leaving already. I'm gonna ask him a question. Yeah, what y'all got now?
Cut me down on my mic.
Any good? Are they any size? No size. What I was gonna say is we've got Wesley up here, and Wesley has been sharing some insider information that live yet, because competitors may come back and watch the live later on today. I don't even know if that's legal in this tournament or not, but we'll keep some of these secrets top secret. But interesting thing, he's called a lot of shots today on baits and little like tricks that work, and then we've pulled up and seen people doing those things that are a little bit sneaky. So we'll reserve that a little bit until tomorrow, but if y'all want to know some of the secrets, maybe stick around for tomorrow, because we might share a little bit of them. Wesley may not let us share some of them, but it's been interesting. A lot of the bait caster stuff specifically, we've seen multiple different baits, but everyone's throwing a little bit of minnow on live scope now, and that's basically when you pull up to anybody, both of them are holding a spinning rod, but when they pick up a bait caster, that bait has been key, whatever they're picking up, and there's been multiple different ones. So Wesley, you called the shot on that.
I know a little bit about the place.
We'll keep it quiet for now, but that has been interesting. I don't know if anyone else is up or if we need to just keep chatting, but okay, Matt, we're going to throw it over to Matt Lee. We've got everybody just ran away from us as soon as we pulled up. So, Matt Lee, throwing it back to you.
Yep, getting an update while the chaos, a little bit of wind, but we got 55, Jim Barnett and Scott Russell, and they have caught 4 fish. They could have caught 5 or 6, but they caught a couple of just little ones, but they've got 4 in the live well. They just caught one, and he was playing tricks with me a little bit on top of my earplugs, and Kay yelling was, he was saying he didn't just catch one, but then he told me that he did he told me he did catch one, so then I was like, well, I'm not really sure if he's lying to me or telling me the truth, and then and then I think he thought that I was coming in here to fish his spot, so he didn't tell me the truth, and he realized that I had a camera, and yeah, I don't know. I think he's got 4. I will just leave it at that for now. But yeah, they're out here playing the wind. I mean, I've seen people fishing where they are earlier today, and yeah, I got to think right here, especially the wind. It's a shallow hump. You see the grass, but it's also just right here off the main river in a little bit of a bend. And anytime you don't have any current and you get wind, like Darian was just saying, it was kind of, he was cutting up, but it's getting windy everywhere, and it's going to make fish start to bite a little bit. I thought I saw the boat right there in the distance just hook a little one, but maybe we'll see him hook up right here again. We'll stay with him and see.
Did you put in down here, or did you run?
No, sir, we ran down this morning. Well, we just cruised down out of the fog.
It was pretty foggy, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Can we tell you got below Paradise? It was pretty bad.
Check.
All right, welcome McAvoy and Butts here, back with them way up the river from beeswax, buzz baiting, chatter baiting. If you're just joining in, these guys have 4 fish. They've had some close misses on a buzz bait. Missed one they estimated to be 5 pounds just a little bit ago. Fish just short striking the buzzbait a little bit. We've seen them miss a couple of fish since we've been with them and catch a couple of fish. Said the fish were eating it better in practice, for sure. Of course, these guys, multi-time winners on the Alabama Bass Trail, and won the championship on Lake Jordan 2022 championship. So trying to be our first ever 2-time championship champions. We have several teams that could make that happen this week. Of course, all the teams fishing for their share of over $100,000 in a payout, entry fee free tournament that they all qualified for, $50,000 going to the winner. Not bad for a couple of days of fishing in October on the Coosa River. Is there anything that sounds better than bass fishing than that right there? No. Nothing, right? I catch myself just staring at it.
Like the sweet sound of live scope, that's pretty cool too.
Josh says a buzzbait, the sound of a buzzbait can only be compared to the sweet sound of live scope. I don't know how live scope sounds. Can you do your live scope impression for us? There you have it. There's the live scope. There's the live scope impression. One and only Josh Butts right there. You forgot the spinning rod drag sound also.
Do that one. Do it.
Ooh. And again, if you're watching these guys, you see Steven, he's letting Josh kind of run the point, run trolling motor. He's throwing that buzz bait fast, covering water, and Steven's been throwing a vibrating jig, and now he's throwing a little soft plastic. And you can watch him actually change sides of the front deck. They come up on a dock. He's got a target to throw at. And man, I think that's so important if you're thinking about getting into team tournament fishing. If it's not something you've done a lot, you're thinking about fishing the Alabama Bass Trail, having a partner you can work with and y'all can both work your strengths is what we see so much from the teams that dominate out here and have several wins, is they just fish so well together. You might see this and go, well, man, Josh is cutting him off and Steven's not getting to throw at high percentage areas. And, you know, if you were just out for a Saturday fishing with your buddy, you might be aggravated, but these guys are fishing for $50,000 and they certainly know how to mix it up and both try to get a bite. And this is not a pattern they're running that's going to get them 20 bites in a day. They were actually surprised they've had more bites today than they really expected so far up to this point. But the fish, they said, we're eating it better in practice. But this is something you're hoping to get 6, 8, 10 bites in a day. A couple of them are going to be really nice fish, and you can compete, that's for sure. But it's my favorite thing about covering these ABT teams, especially teams like McAvoy and Butts that do so well, is just watching their interactions on the water. On the road again.
Boy, time ticks.
All right, I believe Matt Lee's going to take over, and we're going to run around the Coosa a little bit more.
So I just got a nugget that my buddy Jesse Wiggins, his wife Haley Barnett is a mess, and she does not mess around when it comes to bass fishing and Tuesday nighters, and she will embarrass Jesse in a heartbeat. Well, this is her dad fishing out of the back of the boat here, and I mean, little did I know. I mean, Barnett's pretty. I didn't know that I was in the presence of greatness of Barnett right here. But now Haley would be, yes, she would say that she taught her dad everything about bass fishing, and Jesse Wiggins too, but she is a mess. That is too funny.
That sounds like something Haley posted, right?
That is too funny. She is a hoot.
I'm glad we made you laugh today.
That made it. Y'all catch them up. I'm gonna sneak right over here.
Yeah, sounds good, man.
They could barely hear me when I was yelling at them, and I'm sure y'all could hear me really well, but I spotted, I believe it is my Auburn buddy, Shane Powell, over here near this dock, and I hope it is. Because we don't have to worry about giving this person room and coming in easy. We might just splash his boat on the way over just to make some TV. I hope that's him. I think it is, but we'll sneak over here and see. There's one of those swim jiggers back at Auburn that would always catch them, and now he's fishing a boat dock. So you know, you just never know. And if he doesn't have 20 pounds, I'm not gonna claim him. Yeah, just stay right there, Russ. I got you. Haley Barnett's dad. Heavens mercy. I'll let every folks at home know that Jesse's Wiggins' wife cuts him no slack. She demands greatness, and she does not mess around. We started calling her Haley Van Dam at the Tuesday Nighters, and that is her dad over there. The key is when you do crazy stuff on the water, you got to make sure it's actually the person that you think it is before you just go in there blazing. But It looks like Shane Powell, but it's hard to tell. He's a lot skinnier than he looks because he's so bundled up. It is. This man back in the day, way back in the day, I'm giving him an update, recap.
We got 3. Ain't more than that.
I was talking about you swimming a jig earlier, and then you're over here fishing a dock.
If you got me swim jig, Brad, let me know.
So he used to be a Coosa River swim jigger. So Anthony Goggins, also out here, was also at Auburn the same time we were. Just absolutely catches them. Obviously, he won the points. But then now Shane Powell, he lives in Dothan and calls Lake Eufaula home, and he's, I would say, bar none, probably the top stick on Lake Eufaula. I know that's saying a lot, but I mean, absolutely catches them. So that's where he calls home now, and I mean, just I can't even explain the quality fishermen that we like fished with in college, and I mean, it definitely shows because they all still are around and all still catching them at every level. But yeah, Shane Powell with Lake Mitchell, every qualifier we had, he'd just swim a jig on the same. I mean, he could beat anybody on it. So he says he's got 3 right now this morning, and we still got time. We're getting late in our show, but I've seen a mix of people doing everything. The wind's picking up, the weather's changing, and there's a lot to still come today, and they're biting on every part of Lay Lake. So he's still got his Dr. Pepper up front. You know, he's notorious for taking 2 sips of a liquid, no matter how hot it is during the day. You give that man a Gatorade, he'll last for a month in the Sahara Desert, but that's neither here nor there. But Lay Lake's an awesome fishery. It's going to show out today, even with the conditions. With it being cold front, it doesn't matter. You put these guys out here, they're going to catch them. So we're going to hang out with Shane and watch him put on a clinic real quick and make some TV if he can get retied here before the break. And there's nothing like giving your friends a hard time and Kay Donaldson on live when you got the microphone. Having the microphone is so much better than not just folks at home. Don't open
I am
Kay's
so glad that you are enjoying today. Y'all are seeing the 3rd episode of Matt Lee and probably the final episode of Matt Lee. I'm just kidding. I can take it. I can take it.
I actually I was thinking about yelling, but I didn't. I turned my volume down, so I didn't. Russ, did yours cut out then too? Yep.
Yeah. I tell you.
I was telling Kay and everybody, it's a lot better to have the mic than it is to not, because I can talk about Kay yelling in my ear when she's not. I can talk about Shane Powell and needing to drink more water, and he never does, and he needs to retie faster, and I love it. That's Haley Barnett. Wiggins is Haley's dad out there fishing, so golly. Just finding the crew here at the end of the day. Catch one. Come on. Stop listening to me. And I was talking about my buddy throwing a swim jig, and he's got a jig head minnow on here. I'm not embarrassed. He's still my buddy, but are you moving? In textbook, you think everybody's got a plan. He doesn't really. He's going to go wherever his trolling motor takes him. Some things you just can't teach. Darian and Duncan, they gone dark on us. The wind got to them. I don't know. But we're going to hang out with Powell if he decides to go across here and keep fishing. He might go in for a lunch break, it looks like, but. He said that Dr. Pepper since the first day of practice. That man, you give him one Gatorade, he's good for the week. It's unbelievable. All right, we'll catch up with y'all soon. It's been an exciting morning. I hope y'all have enjoyed it. We've had a lot of people here. We don't have much time left, but we're gonna go to a break. We'll be back and kind of talk about Lay Lake, what's happening and what's to come. See you soon.
The Alabama Bass Trail is brought to you by Phoenix Boats, Landers McClarty Chevrolet, McGraw-Webb Chevrolet, and by Academy Sports and Outdoors.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
We truly love the sport of fishing.
that's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Here at Landers McClarty Chevrolet, it's time to pick your offer on a new Chevy Silverado 1500. That's right, pick the offer that's best for you. Choose rates as low as 2.9% for 72 months, or how about up to $12,000 off all Silverados? They have the best selection in years with over 500 pre-owned vehicles available. Big store, big on savings, and big on customer service. Visit LandersMcClartyChevrolet.com.
Welcome to Minnow King. How can I help you?
Everything looks good. I'm friggin' starving, man. Been spawning all morning.
Ugh, TMI, bro. What do you want?
I'll take a Crush City freeloader and gizzard shad.
Anything to drink.
Water.
Pull ahead, please. Welcome to Minnow King.
We're gonna have what he's had.
Yeah, throw me in a net BLT, too.
Pull ahead, please.
Calm down. Quit feeding him so much.
Oh, yeah, man, I'm trying to, man.
If you overfeed him, he's going to hide under a log.
The perfect checking account doesn't exist. Not at a bank, that is. So why do you keep looking there? At AmFirst, you can get no minimum balance or monthly fees, an instant issue debit card, and free checks with unlimited check writing. But who doesn't want more? Like a rewards program you'll actually use, and convenient digital tools that make it easy to manage your account from anywhere. Now you could try and find that at a bank, or you could save yourself the trouble by checking with us.
Stetson Blaylock, Todd Orton, Head Fury, let's go!
Garmin Live Scope, I tell you right now, if you don't have it, you are behind. It's just wild. It's like a video game.
If you do not have that Garmin Live Scope, you are definitely missing out.
Bassmaster Classic Champion!
If you've been at Jack's as long as I have, you know what gets people in Mobile excited. Bacon! We're putting a whole heap of bacon on our new Ultimate Barbecue Bacon Burger. 6 slices of crispy hardwood smoked bacon with 2 all-beef patties, cheese, and our tangy Southern barbecue sauce. Y'all, that's a lot of bacon.
Oh, I can handle it.
It's Bacon Mania with our new Ultimate Barbecue Bacon Burger. Or try our classic Big BLT or our Chicken BLT today. I'm Carrie Jackson, and I'm all about the South.
The Alabama Bass Trail is sponsored by Rapala, VMC, Crush City, TH Marine.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
We truly love the sport of fishing.
that's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
I leave nothing to chance when it comes to hooks. They are the most critical part of the equation.
This is truly the best hook I've ever used.
thinner, stronger, slicker, all the pluses that you really want in a hook. That red line right in the roof of her mouth, exactly where you want to get them.
When you have the opportunity to create something good, you might as well make this great, and I think that's what we did with the Red Line series of hooks.
In the relentless pursuit of domination on the water, one name stands above the rest. TH Marine's Atlas Jackplate. The power behind champions since 2007. The driving force that propels you to victory. More winners choose Atlas. For the fisherman who demands the best, Atlas delivers. Because every move counts. More winners choose Atlas.
Big companies get bigger and bigger and talk about their fancy labs where they study fish behavior. But then they all go golfing on the weekend. We don't have a large laboratory to test baits. Why, you ask? We don't need a big laboratory because our pros fish, our employees fish, our salespeople fish, our suppliers fish, our mold builders fish, our owners fish, and our kids fish. This is our laboratory. Our R&D comes from time on the water, learning how to make fish bite. We don't have other hobbies. We fish. We fish all year in all conditions across the whole country. All that time on the water brings us thousands of hours of testing new products and improving current ones for all species. We're a family-owned U.S. company that has many of our products made in America by American workers. The products we don't make in America, we make in Guatemala, which supports many families in that country as well.
If you've been at Jack's as long as I have, you know what gets people in Mobile excited. Bacon! We're putting a whole heap of bacon on our new Ultimate Barbecue Bacon Burger. 6 slices of crispy hardwood smoked bacon with 2 all-beef patties, cheese, and our tangy Southern barbecue sauce. Y'all, that's a lot of bacon.
Oh, I can handle it.
It's Bacon Mania with our new Ultimate Barbecue Bacon Burger. Or try our classic Big BLT or our Chicken BLT today. I'm Carrie Jackson, and I'm all about the South.
We're back. Lay Lake. Today's not over, but the live coverage is about over with. It goes by so fast. So much we didn't see, even with 3 of us on the water all over the place. There's so much we didn't see. So much of a bite window that is about to happen with the wind picking up that we couldn't cover this morning. That's not even there. I had a ton of fun this morning. I hope everybody did tuning in. It is just fun for me, but there is a lot on the line. This is serious for these guys. $50,000 first place payout plus bonuses. 171 of the best anglers, Alabama North, South Division, but they're from all over. It's no joke what's going on out here today. Shout out to AmFirst for letting us have this coverage, bring it to you. I hope you really enjoyed it. I hope I get to come back and do it again. And this group of people, group of anglers, couldn't be better. It's just awesome to be here. Awesome to bring it to you live on the water and checking out with Matt Lee, but I'll be back soon. Thank you all for tuning in.
Yeah, so we, kind of to touch on what Matt said, but obviously it was a really good morning, and from what everybody's saying, and we've got a pro angler here driving my boat today, Wesley Gore, and he's saying that this bite that's about to start is even going to be better than what happened this morning. So weigh-ins are definitely lining up to be good. But one thing I wanted to touch on was a bait that we saw pretty much all day, something very similar to this. The Crush City freeloader is just like a minnow-style bait. We've talked about it all day long, or I've talked about it all the time that I've been on, but live scope, they're putting a jig head on the front and just casting this at specific fish in balls of bait and working it over the top of them. And we've seen a bunch of fish catches. I actually didn't get to spend a ton of time on live today due to cell phone coverage, but we were able to watch a bunch of anglers and film for the TV show. And just watching how they use a bait just like this one to fish on the lower end of the lake. It's really deep and really clear. And Wesley said this morning before we even got started, actually, to tell you the truth, I wanted to stick around close to the ramp because it was a little chilly. I didn't want to make the run. Wesley says, no, we ain't sticking close to the ramp. We're going to where the fish are biting at. And he was exactly right. We pulled up on some of the top groups that typically catch fish this time of year, and you expect to see the top of the leaderboard. We pulled up on them immediately. All of them are catching fish. We don't have good cell phone service, so wasn't able to show all that on live, but excuse me. Great morning. A lot of good fish catches on the TV show. And yeah, we'll toss it over to Luke Duncan, but we're out here, Lay Lake. Miss Kay.
Guys, I want to reiterate what Matt and Darian said. 171 teams of the best bass fishermen from all over the country. We have anglers from 12 states that fish with us here on the Alabama Bass Trail. The best 75 in the north, the best 75 in the south, the winners of each of the events, the top 5 couples, and the top 5 high school teams make it to this event. It's over $100,000 will be paid out, and there's no entry fee involved. So you have to earn your way here, but to be able to come and fish for over $100,000 in a 2-day event, keeping your expenses very limited by traveling within the state of Alabama, it's a great way to enjoy the outdoors and make a little money on the side. We had phenomenal numbers today, and I can't thank you guys enough for your interaction, your engagement with us, watching, tuning in. Don't forget the weigh-in today at 3 o'clock. We will see how things transpire. I agree with Wesley. I think the brighter the sun gets, we get a little bit more of that wind. I think the bite will pick up. We're expecting somewhere between that 16 to 18 pound range to take home the win. Going to be a lot of fun here. We do pay the top 20 places here in the championship, and it is $100,000 that we'll write checks for tomorrow. So thank you for tuning in. If you're coming out, please bring your lawn chairs. We'd love to have you. Beeswax Landing, 3 o'clock. Y'all come by and see us. If you can't, watch us online.
This live coverage of the Alabama Bass Trail has been presented by AmFirst Credit Union and sponsored by Phoenix Boats, Landers McClarty Chevrolet, McGraw-Webb Chevrolet, Jax, Garmin, Rapala, VMC, Crush City, Pro Guide Batteries, Mountain Dew, TH Marine, American Baitworks, and Sweet Home Alabama. Live coverage of the Alabama Bass Trail is brought to you by Garmin, Power Pole, Big Bite Baits, Mountain Dew, Yamaha.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Here at Landers McClarty Chevrolet, it's time to pick your offer on a new Chevy Silverado 1500. That's right, pick the offer that's best for you. Choose rates as low as 2.9% for 72 months, or how about up to $12,000 off all Silverados? They have the best selection in years with over 500 pre-owned vehicles available. Big store, big on savings, and big on customer service.